Good morning, everyone. Welcome to the Trade Ideas live trading room for Thursday, last day of this year. Happy New Year's Eve, everybody. December the 31st. My name is Barry Anderson, moderator of your trading room. So, a quick couple of questions. First, can you hear me, and can you see my screen? Okay, I hear the YouTubers can hear me. I don't think the other guys in this room can hear me. Okay, let's see what I can do about that. Just a minute. All right, I'm going to keep my fingers crossed that you can hear me now. All right, and you can see my screen. Okay, I know what I did. Okay, just give me a moment here. Okay, so, well, yeah, last day of the year, everybody, and it is a full day. Okay, it is not a half day, unfortunately. So let's take a look at what's happening. So our friend Bingo from yesterday, BNGO, had a run at the high of yesterday. It did pull back a little bit, but why did it have to do that yesterday? Okay, we should have stayed up here. Would have been a nice, interesting hold overnight. But anyway, let's just see if it can take out that high, that $3 again later on. It tried. It got up to 287 this morning, but it is pulling back again. So we'll just have to wait and see. In case you're wondering about RLH, RLH is a buyout. Okay, and the buyout's at 350, so that's why it's flatlining right across here. Hoth, H-O-T-H, H-O-T-H. I almost took this one in the pre-market. Right there, a little bit of an entry in the 5-minute chart right there. So this is another low float situation, 8.7 million in the float, and it's through the 200-day moving average right there. And I guess they signed some kind of a production deal for their drug. PED, P-E-D, P-E-D is still up now. It's not holding its gains. Got up to 223, down to 168. Big pop after hours. Can't really see the reason for it. Just looking for a headline. Don't see any specific reason for that one yesterday. So we got a couple of Bitcoin plays. And it is giving it up too. I mean, too bad. 623 down to 511. Basically, China-based China-based designer of Bitcoin circuits. That is CAN. I actually also tried to short Fubo. Excuse me. Sorry about that. Fubo this morning. No. Oh, now they're available. Interesting. When I tried to short it, that's really interesting. Now there are 200,000 shares available. When I tried to short it earlier this morning at Interactive Brokers, there were no shorts available. But there are a lot now. Look, I don't want to do it now, but I was trying to get it up in this area right around 32.50. Excuse me, this is still under a lot of pressure. All right, somebody's saying no sound, no picture. HUSN, another I think the China stock. Yeah, another China stock. Another one though. There's a lot of patterns like this morning. Big pops, big give ups. You know, this is up to 520, down to 428 right now for HUSN. And okay, Capital reports the results of merger partner. Okay, I see what's happened. So they've got a partner, and their partner Freight Hub posted stellar Q3 results. So that was the reason. Another crypto play, my guess is that it is faded. EBON. Yeah, another one. You know, look at the big pop. 688 down to 563. Another crypto play. China crypto. AIKI. AIKI. What are you doing now? Yeah, I'm getting sick of this, guys. These pops drop. Now it's under $1. I mean, the only reason I looked at this one is because of the volume in the pre-market. When I first saw it, it was over 6 million shares. So I thought, okay, well, better take a look at it just in case. NNDM. Of course, it's been a popular one for a while now. And, well, I'm getting sick of this. I was waiting for a 10 break. Got up to 10. And now look at these two candles here. Back down to 960. This seems to be the pattern this morning. Just these little ones popping and then dropping. So far, anyway. AMRS, guys, from yesterday. AMRS. This is holding, I believe. There's not very much volume. Yeah, okay. If you can't see, I know you can't. If you can hear me, you can't see, do a refresh. Don't know what's going on this morning, guys. It is right beside the gear icon. And KK is saying he had to reopen the browser several times, or to even change browsers. Sorry, I don't know what's going on, guys. And I think, one other one. And this, again, my guess is that this one has been fading. It's not as much, okay? Not as much of a fade. SGOC had a huge day yesterday, but it gave it up. I mean, look at this, guys. It got up to 424, closed way down here. So it's above the body of the candle of yesterday. And I think this is another, I don't know if it's a Bitcoin play. No, I guess it's not a Bitcoin play. Okay, now my guess, I'm going to take a look to see what sort of upgrades and downgrades we have. We had one yesterday. We may not even have one today. But let me just do a quick check, briefing.com, and see what they have. And the answer is 0. That's what I thought. So we have no upgrades, no downgrades this morning from briefing.com. That doesn't mean there are none in the world, but from briefing.com, I don't have any this morning. Yeah, I don't know what's going on this morning, guys, in terms of some of you not being able to see me or hear me. Well, of course, if you can see me and hear me now, that's not a problem, but those of you who can't, do refresh or open and close your browser. Well, I'm going to say, I'm still interested in this one, and I mean, it still has room. Talking about BNGO, still does have some room. I want to see if it can take. I still have an alert set up here around $3. If it can take out three, again, the old thing, look left, and it still has room. Now, the only big news on this is that they were given a 180-day extension to regain NASDAQ compliance. That's their big news. So, I did not talk about Enphase. You mentioned that it was being added to the S&P. What's the symbol again? ENPH, thank you. Oh, I know that one, sure. Yeah, it didn't show up for me because it was only up 2%. So, I have a filter. I think it has to be up at least 4% or 3% before I see it. But yeah, and also I don't really look at these ones that are more expensive, but there's no question that this, I remember this way back here. I do remember this. This is a few years ago, but I do remember this. Man, oh man. BTBT. Jeez. Well, if you can hear me, JB Brooks, logging in and out, maybe changing. Oh, no sound either. Yeah, I don't know, KK. I haven't done anything differently from yesterday. This is what drives me nuts sometimes, and I don't really know what to suggest other than what you've been doing and other people have been doing, logging in and out, changing browsers, doing a refresh. Don't trade today. See you Monday. I don't know. But that shouldn't be. The other thing you guys can do if you can't see me is you can join me on the YouTube feed. It's virtually the same. I'll give you the link for that. Hopefully on Monday it'll be okay. You mean excuse me, they did have some other news on Monday? Okay, the only news I really saw was their extension for the NASDAQ listing, 180 days. I didn't see anything else, but I know that you were a champion investigator, so I do not dispute that. Remember, okay, RLH is a buyout, just in case you didn't know, William, and it's at 350. It is a buyout at 350, so just in case you didn't know. Look at Fubo. Oh, man, I wanted that one desperately, but it's really strange to me that there are now so many shorts available, and when I tried to, well, you know what, 50,000 just got snapped up. This is from Interactive Brokers, of course, but when I wanted to short it, it was right up here, just around that 3250 mark. There were no shorts available. I just looked about, 5-10 minutes ago, there were 200. Now they're only 150, so shorts are being snapped up. I just don't want to do it now. All right, I'm going to try something. Hopefully, this doesn't really screw things up, but let's just see. All right, how are we doing? Can you still hear me? Still see? Well, you should be able to see, but can you still hear me? Okay. All right, let me take a look again at that bingo. I really will be interested if this kind of cracks three. Now, it doesn't mean just because it cracks three, I'm going to take it. I mean, if it's shooting right up, no. Hopefully, it just maybe, ideally for me, is if it gets just a little bit below three, kind of rests there, maybe about 10 minutes, and then on volume just pops right through three. Yeah, so I did plug in that noise canceling device right now. So that might be the reason why I'm not quite as loud. That's somebody saying, and Rodex Hair saying that in the YouTube feed. I didn't mention this. I did not mention this AINC. I could not see any news for it. This could be the bad one to even look at. I have to mention it just because it it has popped up. It is through the 200-day. You know what? It's amazing. I mean, this is another one that is under 2 million in the float. We've had now about 4 days in a row like that with these sort of stocks, and it's almost about 1.4. After hours, it got up to 11:39. I almost hate mentioning all this because if you're new, please shy away from this. But have to mention it. It's 54%, up 54%, 2.5 million. It's already traded the float. About what 1.6 times. So. All right, guys, BNGO getting closer and closer, making new highs now. New taking out the pre-market high. Yesterday's high was, I think it was 297. Was 297. So getting a little bit exciting. BNGO. Yeah, it's a pink sheet stock that's showing up here. For me, SMICY, why are you showing up? In case you see this one, this HSTO just got hammered. It's a financing, HSTO. I did see that, Casa, yeah. Bonus shares issued to executives, therefore the stock goes up. All right, why not? Okay, I am now going to replace this layout. Get my layout up and running. So Kenneth, can you hear me? At least hear me? For whatever reason, there seems to be an issue, either a sound, but if you can hear me, that's great. You might have to just log in and log out a couple of times, maybe change your browser. I don't know really what's going on. I do apologize for that. I just don't know what's going on. And yeah, make sure I get this here. All right, guys. So if you do want to follow my watch list up and down from the toolbar, click on New and then Channel Bar. And then let's see, where am I here? Right there, Barry's watch list right there, okay? And remember, everything here is a layout. So before you do that, make sure you do save your layout to the cloud. Before you do that, you can only have one layout loaded at a time. So your layout would be replaced, which is okay as long as you saved your layout to the cloud first. You might want to keep an eye on B-Core. This is one that it's kind of interesting yesterday. I mean, there's no volume. I get it. There's no volume whatsoever. But we still have this massive void, B-Core. We just have to see how it trades. You know, there's no volume yet, of course, but look at the void. It had a big day yesterday. It actually closed near the high. The high was, 616? Sorry, 1620, and it closed right about 1607. So it closed really near the high of the day, which is really good. But more importantly, look left on that monthly chart. Lots and lots of room. I mean, the next high on the monthly chart is 1866. And then, you know, way up here around 26. Same thing on the weekly, the next high. I mean, it's a very interesting look right now for B-Core, BCOR. Man, I don't know what's going on. Black screen, no sound. There's RMO, guys. So this is kind of this is why I'm a little bit leery about holding my IPOC. Maybe maybe the day after. Maybe the day after they finally do the symbol name change. This had a great day yesterday, but now it's starting to fade. I mean, what did it hit? It hit a high of 30 yesterday and down to 25. Remember, this yesterday is when they became Romeo. Again, it was a SPAC, RPG, I think. Is it RPG? Not RPG. 1 minute. Yes, 1 minute to the beginning. In fact, 15 seconds, guys. So 15 seconds to the open. Well, let's have a last great day of this trading year, okay? Turn this calendar. Get to 2021 on Monday. Well, not on Monday, I know tonight, but okay, guys, we're now open. So nothing will happen in these two windows until at least 9:45. That's on purpose. All right, well, this one did pop back over $1, AIKI. It did pop back over $1, lots of volume. Look at that already. A lot of these relative volumes are skewed right at the beginning of the day. especially if they don't really trade that much at the beginning. But this is 3,800 times normal. Look at the volume coming in. It's not a super low float, 34 million in the float. If we look left, it has a little bit of room on that monthly chart, 134. So it's not a super low float. I can't remember if I mentioned ANTE. It was on it's on my watch list. ANTE over 2 now. Now that's another low float. Again, be careful. These are the low floaters. And this is actually shortable, William. There's bingo, guys. Bingo. It's not shortable for me, William, at Interact. Wow, there it goes, guys. Bingo over 3. Look at the volume. 15 million shares right there. Look at the volume. Already 45 million. Bingo, meaning BNGO. And there it absolutely goes. And I mean going. Going, gone. BNGO. Now a pullback. Okay, look at this flyer from yesterday, HIMX. There's a red candle so far in the day. Big red candle here. I don't even know what the market's doing. So NAS is doing nothing. Dow's down a little bit. SPY's basically flat. But are you asking if there's anyone in India in this room? I have no idea. Janish. This is from the YouTube feed. The last coffee of the new year, or the old year, sorry. All right, Zedkin, Z-K-I-N, pretty choppy already. Look at that, choppy on that 15-minute chart. When I say choppy, just, check the topping tails, bottoming tails, indecision. However, if this can somehow make it over 3, look left on that monthly chart, so that was the high last month. And then if it can somehow make it to 3, then, 422. DMTK, what are you doing? This is going to be a real whippy one. Wow, no kid. What a run it's had. Unbelievable run. Look at this was an AI alert back here at $17. It's almost been. Are they all like this? No, of course not. But wow, what a run it's had. DMTK. And it's a low float, 14 million in the float. I mean, it's down $3 today, but wow, what a run. All right, so bingo now underneath. Okay, so now for me, let's see if it can take out 3 again. I'm going to stick an alert right around 315. and see if Bingo can take it out again with the volume. Triple D, 3D printing. Let's see what's happening with. Well, I don't like. What are you looking at? There's no volume, no real volume, so not sure what to say about Triple D. All right, so there's the first leg down for the SPY. There, look at that on the 15-minute chart. Big red candles so far. There's the AINC. There's the AINC. Again, choppy. So I don't really like trading in the first 15 minutes. So you get a lot of choppiness up and down. I like to see things settle down a little bit. I'm just going to take a quick look at what Bitcoin is doing in general, GBTC. So Bitcoin a little bit soft this morning. There's the ETF for Bitcoin, a little bit soft. Let's take a look at Riot was way up at one point this morning, and oh, look at it now. It's popping right back up, and that is Riot. There's a 1817. Then when it hit in the pre-market, I think it hit about 1816, and then it dropped all the way back down underneath 17. This is one from yesterday. SEAC still, and look at this now, right at the 200-day moving average, 159. So this could be interesting as a short if it fails at that 200-day moving average. For me, it is shortable at Interactive Brokers. Let's see how many shares are available. Lots, 1.5 million. So it could be interesting as a short, depending if it fails at this 200-day moving average. Well, if you have the AI, you see that there is a short that just popped in. Here's a SPAC just getting clobbered here. TRIT, T-R-I-T, not shortable for me. Interactive Brokers. Well, I tried. Well, it's still pretty whippy, that Fubo. I actually tried to get some. I didn't get a fill, and then it popped right up. So that's a good. I'm glad I didn't get any. Tops. Are the shippers hot again? What do I think of Tops? To be honest, not much. I mean, you know, I don't know. Are the shippers hot again? Where is this out of? Do not recognize that flag. Oh, that's the Greek. Should know that, I guess. That's the flag of Greece right there. Yeah. So it means a lot of volume. I'm just looking at some of the other shippers, seeing if they're on the move. I mean, to me, Tops has to be more of a sector play. Like most of the shippers have to be moving. I don't know if Tops is. I don't think there's anything specific about Tops. I may be wrong. Another SPAC on the way down, guys. This has been, wow. I mean, this was $21 only 4 days ago, and now it's at 15. Wild swings. And that is the THCB. I'm just waiting on Bingo, guys. BNGO. See if it can take out that 3. It's just kind of resting underneath 3. Takes out 3 on some volume. And now we have a halt. I'm afraid to look at the price. Yeah, it's halted on the way down, so forget about this one. Please just forget about this one. AINC. This was not shortable for me. It's almost Aikido, if you guys know what Aikido is, but I guess it's Al-Qaeda Pharma. Where are they out of? Out of the States. Well, still not terrible. I mean, if I look left on that weekly chart, I see 135 as the next high is looking left. I mean, if it could ever break through that, I mean, then we've got way up here at 275. It's not a super low float, so, you know, it might be worth keeping an eye on. I guess that's ALKL. Or is it, I'm sorry, that is AIKI, sorry. Yeah, it is back over. I have an alert set around 313, I think, so that's why it didn't pop up on my screen, on my price alerts. I mean, it's probably still going to be very, very jumpy, erratic, and all that, but yeah, look at this. I mean, it's just underneath. I did not talk about OCGN. I know that's been a hot one or an active one. Yeah. Not really much to see. I mean, it had 2 unbelievable days, especially this day. But it's been just kind of sliding since, so I'm not really sure what I can add to that. Big float. Goods, you know better than that. Talking about ACY. Just be really careful, guys, okay? I know it's moving, but be awfully, awfully careful. This is the one that got up to 38 and then it got halted, and when it opened, it it gapped down about $20. So just be awfully careful. You know, if you're new, just kind of shy away from it. Bingo is not halted. Not that I can see anyway. No, it's not halted. Just not. It's still traded 110 million, 153 in the float. So this will trade the float again. Look what it did yesterday. Look at that volume. I wish we had. I keep asking the tech guys to give us a way in which we can see this by sliding up. Okay, guys, we're there. This one is starting to move. Boy, this one is really starting to move. I mean, if it can take out 140, that high right there. I'm talking about the ALKL. I'm sorry, the AIKI. Sorry about that. AIKI. I'm gonna stick an alert there. I mean, it's already up 36%. I actually don't see any specific reason for it. I'm just checking headlines, the latest headlines. I don't see any news on it. Depends on your time frame, Shanky. You know what chart you're looking at. You know, obviously on a daily chart. I'm sorry. You know, it depends on what you're looking at. You know, I mean, here's a 15-minute chart. It depends how big your chart is. Okay, so if you look at HNRG as an example, there is a smart stop. You know, so bring up HNRG and see if you can see that smart stop. Because it all depends on where it is. It may be, you know, outside of the chart that you can't see it, that's all. But if you can't see a smart stop for HNRG, because it's right down here, you know, $1.63. Again, this is just a guide. But let's take a look at bingo as an example. Well, you should see it. If you can't see it on a 15, I don't know what's going on. I don't think these are. Okay, so you may have it unchecked. This is now a. In fact, I didn't even realize this. This is now something you can have checked or unchecked. Okay, so if you right click, go to properties, and it's possible it's unchecked. See where it says show smart risk levels? Okay. It's the only thing I can think of. That is crazy. That is crazy. You know, popping out. So goods, you got lucky. You got lucky, man. I'm glad, happy for you. Now, what did I say? Because didn't you say you forgot you were long or something? Lost track of it. How can you lose track of it when it's that in the float? I'm going to chastise you. Good to see you in the room, though. Good to see you in the room. No pun intended. Goods. Okay, guys, listen. I'm going to put the promo code in a little bit early this morning. For those of you who do want to take, we still have that nice promo on. For a 25% savings, okay? So let me just demonstrate what it looks like and how to enact it. Okay, so there's the promo code to use. Remember, it all has to be in capital letters, Old Lang Syne. 25%. Do not forget the percent. So if you click on my home page and can't miss it, sale. Click on this. Click on Get Trade Ideas. And I'll just demonstrate how much it costs. So the premium annual, if you click on purchase and you type in that promo code, $25%, and this is what happens. So you get from $22.68 it goes down to $17.01. Okay, so I'm only demonstrating this because so many people email us and say your promo code doesn't work. They're forgetting to put the percent sign in. So I just want to draw that to your attention. All right. And of course, you do not have to take out an annual subscription. You can always just start off with a month. You can stay with a monthly. You don't have to take out an annual at all. Just one moment, please, okay? All right, guys, sorry about that. I'm now back. So let's take a look at, now that it's settled down a little bit here, take a look at HUSN. Yeah. See, this is what's happening. Unfortunately, these are popping in. I do have a delay, 15 minutes, but what's happening, unfortunately, is that some of them have really had a big move early, and now they've pulled back. So now they've got to take out that high again. So, I'm going to keep an eye on this HNRG. And the reason is, if you take a look at it, let's take a look here. Well, there's the high on the monthly. This is back in February, it looks like. So the high was $2. I mean, that's a little bit close. After that, it's $3. I wish that high weren't there. I wish that were underneath. It's a low float, 19 million, but not crazy low. Yeah, that seems to be, save maybe a couple of stocks here and there, but, we're seeing this action a lot now. We used to see this with the bios all the time. Well, this is a bio. This is a bio. So call it the bio fizzle. You get a big pre-market move, market opens, and just kersplat. We're seeing this a lot now. There is a nice move for BTBT. So BTBT now is above the high of yesterday. Is that right? Yeah, it's above the high of yesterday now. What a move. This is a crypto play, I guess, right? I want to say it's a crypto play. It is a crypto play, thank you. It's hard to tell sometimes when you just look at the profile, but I was pretty sure it was a crypto play. Or it is a crypto play. Look from where it's come. Last week, low of 550. So basically a triple. I saw this one right around here, this GCI, just on that 3 break, and now it is continuing. I was a little worried about this up here, but man, what a move. But it's a big float, 129 million in the float. All right, another one on the move here. Now, there's another low float guy. So again, be careful. 4.5 million in the float. CGA, it's above yesterday's high now. 368. So it's above yesterday's high by a bit. But let's take a look at that monthly chart. See what sort of room it does have. So there's a high there at 369. So it's close. After that, though, 429. It's not beautiful. You know, I'd rather not see all these little spiked highs. And we have a halt. You know, guys, just be really, really careful. I know it. I know this is a. The traction, of course, is at 3 days ago. It hit $38. But remember, this got halted, not because of volatility, but halted because of news. Well, the SEC was demanding news from them, and they said, "Well, we don't know really why it's gone up to this price." So, of course, it opened, and I think it opened $20 under. So just be awfully, awfully careful. I mean, I have to show it because it's showing up on the my gappers, not my gappers, but my, where is it showing up? No, my halts, right? And it just got halted on the way up. Okay, here's another little one, ATIF. Another low float, a lot of low floats, 18 million in the float. ATIF, there's the 200-day moving average at 143. That's kind of far, that's far enough away. So, I mean, if it can take out 116, might have a little bit of a play to that 200-day moving average, which is, again, is at 143. I did not know that. Okay, thank you. I did not know that ATIF. Oh, I sort of did know that, but I'd forgotten because ATIF really lagged. But you're right. Oh man, I wish I had shorts available for that one. All right, AINC has resumed. Thank you for that, Ron. AINC ripping here now. You're right, kind of crazy. Got halted on the way down, and it has popped right back up. Just be careful. AMRS gave it up. Okay. I was looking at this maybe as a potential swing, but not right now. Yeah, it's halted now on the way down, guys. So okay, I'm starting to look some of my bouncers and toppers. That Fubo is pretty wild. It's pretty chopping up and down, guys. All right, CAN is trying to come back a little bit. CAN is trying to come back. Well, it's trying to come back a lot. I mean, 488, 555. There's the pre-market high, 625. Not a low float, so it may, in fact, this is kind of interesting. It's taken out the highs right there, 545 on those two 5-minute candles right there. Okay, so this the alert at 224, not bad. I mean, I got up to 256, ANTE, and this has room. I don't see any resistance. This is not an IPO, probably a name change, symbol name change right here. Definitely not an IPO. Fubo. Yeah, this is still pretty whippy. Look how whippy this is even on the 2-minute chart. Not quite as bad on the 15. Okay, so I see why you're doing it. It's a way above, well, not way above, but it's above the 5-minute Bollinger Band. It's above the BBB, I gotta call it, the Bollinger Band break. And I guess bingo is a no-go, guys. BNGO, it's not doesn't seem like it wants to take out 3 right now. Look at, yeah, nice move on the SPY. Great move on the SPY. Look at that. Taking care of that first 15-minute candle like nothing. Big move on the SPY, guys. So we've got a little disconnect, but not much. Tech is down just a little bit. Dow and SPY are both up. Not much for either. I don't really anticipate too much today, but whoa, keep an eye on this one, guys. ODT. Look at the room it's got. ODT. What's the volume like? It's not great. I mean, it's 10 times normal, but it's picking up. Only 35 million in the float, so it's not super low. But look at the room ODT has. I mean, it's just got hammered. I mean, it was a $30, $40 stock, down to 12, trying to come back. ODT. Man, this has been the week of halts. We've had so many halts this week. You know, the same stock being halted many times, but also many different stocks. Is it a big spread? Yeah, it's a bit of a spread issue, and then the volume really has to pick up. It's a bit of a spread issue right now, but I don't know what's going on exactly, but I mean, just look at this void though. Look where it could go, especially if it breaks 20. But it is a spread issue. Tightened up a little bit, 13 cents right now. Can I short? No, I don't think so. I looked yesterday. Oh, it is shortable. No, it's not shortable. No. I remember seeing it yesterday. Can't short it. When I say can't short, I mean there are no shorts available. Interactive brokers. I don't mean I can't short due to philosophical reasons. Morning, John, in the YouTube feed. John the Fifth. I don't want to lose sight of this ODT. This is one of those ones. I know. I mean, I wish. Well, the spread's not terrible now. I'm not saying to take this, guys. I'm just saying, you look at something like this, trying to come back. I mean, last week the low was around 14, so it's tacked on almost $6. But more importantly, you just have to look left. I mean, I don't know why I got hammered before. Well, HIMX is really giving it up. This looks like the support area, about 680. Yeah, I had my eye on the NOVN. Is it over $1? No, it's not over $1. So, yeah, I mean, tell me when it gets over $1. I mean, it did get up to $1.16 yesterday. Huge float, 131 million in the float for a $1 stock, which is really detrimental. There's FUBU again. Underneath, or trying to get underneath 29. Let's see if it can hold underneath 30 this time. I did not get anti, no. Just pointing things out, pointing ideas out. Boy, that FUBO is still all over the place. Look at the target, 2309. Are you kidding? Okay, for all you cat lovers out there who speak Spanish, Gato. This is on my Gato Silver. I mean, look at this one. I mean, I don't know. Again, this may have been an IPO. I'm not sure. May have been an IPO. Hard for me to tell sometimes when they're that cheap. And there, okay, CGA just opened, guys. CGA just opened. Nice little pop here. Another low float, 4.4 million in the float. Did you hear that? I thought I put my oh, I only put the other room on mute. Sorry about that. I forgot to mute the mic. Thank you. So many things to think of. And CJA got halted again on the way down. All right. Well, listen, William, I'm going against you on that one. Okay. I was able to find some shorts on Fubo, just underneath 29. So if it pops over 29, I'm out. Wasn't sure I'd get filled because it was down over 10%, but they gave me a pretty quick fill. So just underneath 29, 29, 28, 97. Okay, well, I wish you well until I get out of it. Okay, how's that? It's still pretty whippy. Yeah, I probably should have taken some out right down here in that area. It's still very whippy. Ah, I got distracted. I was talking to you, William. Boy, oh boy, this is whippy, whippy, whippy. Just watching it, guys, I all right, just kind of watching this. Don't want to. I'm trying. I want to actually add if it, but I just don't like the way this is trading. So I'm out of it, guys. I just don't like the way this Fubo is trading. A little too whippy for my taste. I wanted to add underneath, but it's just a little too whippy for my taste. So good luck on that one, William. All right, Tiger, TIGR, what are you doing? Okay, so last week's high, so this is another China FinTech, Fin. Last week's high was right up here, 832. So if it takes out 8, it might have a chance. Okay, just it's taking out 8. Yeah, I don't see the reversal yet for HOTH. It's HOTH. I don't see the reversal yet for this one. Boy, this so intrigues me. I mean, the spread is still a little bit of an issue at 20 cents right now for ODT, but look at the void. All right, well, that was a good exit on the Fubo so far. And you're okay on that one now, William. Too whippy. Just way, way too whippy. I made a mistake. I should have got out some way down here, but all right, I talked about B Core a little bit earlier. Keep an eye on B Core. That looks like a red bar ignored, maybe forming on the 5-minute chart. Takes out 1629. This could have a run, guys. B Core again. Look at the void. Lots of room. Yeah, sorry about that, TM. I don't know why many have had experienced difficulties getting into the room this morning or hearing me. Not getting in, but hearing and seeing the screen. Had to do several refreshes. Don't know why. Yeah, this Hoth is not, somebody said a rebound, but it's not rebounding at all. HOTH, not rebounding at all. No shorts for me. I was really looking at that one. This may be a dumb question. Any Canadians in here trading on Toronto? The Toronto Exchange? I'm not getting an update on one of my, unless it's just not trading. It almost looks like it's the market's closed. Interesting. Okay. We're just looking at Stantec here, and there's no volume, no change. It's possible, I suppose, but STN. All right, guys, here's another one launching right now. 31 million, so it's not super low. ECOR is launching. Look left. Again, just too choppy. I mean, look left on that daily chart. What do you see? You see a high of about 165 here. You see a high of 159. You see a high of 157. It's just too much potential for it to stall right there. You don't want to see that. Doesn't mean it's not going to keep going, but rather not see all this, and rather have a straight shot to potentially up to 2, but it's just not there. It is open? Okay. Thank you. Hi, everyone. I just feel like taking a little test of this B core. Yeah, man, I better. Okay, no charts, but you can hear me. Do a refresh. All right, guys. I might. Is it shortable? Yes, it is shortable. I might. Maybe underneath 11 or so, 1095 or so for GT. Might be interesting. How much room? It doesn't have that much room. It's just I'm looking at my bouncers and toppers, and there it is, 1096. It moved a little higher from that. Yeah, no tips really, Marcel. I mean, you just have to wait to see if it can hold that. I mean, these when we talk about support levels, there's nothing scientific about it. There's nothing saying that it has to hold. It's just that if you have a lot of trading at a certain level, if it goes through that level, you better get out. That's all. I mean, but there's no 100% guarantee that a so-called support level or a resistance level is going to get in the way. Look at that. Look at the HIMX as an example. So if you look at HIMX, and that looks like a pretty decent support level, 677 right here, right? But I mean, it doesn't mean it's absolutely going to hold. So there is no way to know for sure if this level is going to hold. But I mean, look at all the action right around here. You would think it would hold, but hey, what I look at is if it broke down through that, then that turns into a very interesting short as an example. I'm just using HIMX as something that I did see that had looked like a lot of support. Yeah, I mean BTBT. My comment on it. I mean, obviously, you have to believe in it in terms of it's a crypto play. It is a crypto play, but it's also what's the spread like right now? Actually, spread's not terrible. It's a crypto play, so you either believe in it. This is late to the party in terms of being a crypto play. I don't know when they announced. Maybe it was 3 days ago. So I mean, people are piling into it because of cryptos being hot right now, but it's pretty speculative because it's late. It's late to the party. So if you're asking me, yes, I think you should buy it now or not. I mean, first of all, I don't make recommendations like that ever. Yeah, never. I have to admit, the B Core has my interest. The longer it holds over 16, it's choppy. Oh, okay. I didn't realize that volume was so little. Okay, so I might have to just. I'm going to put an alert here, 1628. You know, if the volume really picks up and it pops through, that might get my interest. And then why? Just because of the void, all that area above that it could start to fill in. So my alerts have really slowed down, which makes sense. I mean, I can't, the algos are trading, but all the traders, human traders, are taking the day off, or it's going to be a short day. Bingo was a disappointment. I was really hoping that it would, that third time or the second time through three, that it might really start to rip from there, but not yet anyway. BNGO. It is not a short day, only the bond market, but it is a full day in the stock market, unfortunately. Doesn't mean we all have to stick around. We can all make a pact to leave at about noon. There's the Gato guys, Gato Silver. I mean, this is again. I keep saying that I don't think this was an IPO. I may be wrong. No negative waves. All right, I'll throw good karma at the market. All right, guys, it is now 10:28. So I think what I'll do before we lose everybody, welcome to the room. If you're a first timer to the room, this is the format: Monday to Friday. Of course, not tomorrow. Market is closed tomorrow. Monday to Friday between 9 a.m. and 3 p.m. Remains to be seen if I'll stick around to 3 today, but 9 a.m. to 3 p.m. once we get back to the normal schedule next week. Sharing my screen live on the mic. I'm going to put a couple of links into the room. We do have a nice promo on right now. And I'm just putting it into YouTube feed. Okay, now I'm going to put it into the room. All right. Here's my homepage link. Okay, a lot of information on my homepage link, including how to take out a subscription. So there is your promo code, Old Lang Syne. All right, all in capital letters, 25%. Do not forget the percent. Click on my homepage link and click on Get Trade Ideas. Obviously, don't use that promo code. Use the 25% promo code. No, I'm going to do it a little bit differently because a lot of people, if you're unsure of this product, I mean, do not take out an annual subscription. You can always start off with, say, a standard monthly. Just try us out. So if you click on that purchase, okay, I've just typed in the Old Lang Syne, and so it'll cost you $88 for the month. Okay, just to try us out. Remember, that discount on a monthly subscription is only good for the first month. But if you decide that you want to upgrade, within 30 days, if you want to upgrade, say from a standard to a premium or from a monthly to an annual, you can do so, and we'll honor that 25% promo code. So it's a great way to try us out, for $88. And if you don't like it, that's fine. It's not really a contract. It's just month to month. Thank you, VJ. Excuse me, VJ. You too. Now, a lot of other information on my homepage. Click on. There we go. Let's see what Glue is doing. I don't even know if it got stopped out. Well, it came within a penny of being stopped out. Doesn't mean you shouldn't be out of the trade or anything like that, but it did come with a penny. This is the first trade of the week in about two months that did not work. But at any rate, trade of the week. There we go. Trade of the week sent to you before the market opens every Monday morning, about 30 to 45 minutes before. You can sign up for it right here. I'm not sure I'm going to do a recap today, but if I do, you can sign up for them all right here. These are all free. I do a recap, kind of what's happening in the room. All my scans are right here. Okay, click here. Here are all the scans that I'm sharing. Now, obviously more than what you see on my shared monitor. So a lot of scans are here. A lot of education links are here, including, this is the one that I think is really good for most people who are just starting out with trade ideas, or if you don't know trade ideas at all and you want to see, well, what do you guys have to offer? So it was an IPO. Thank you, Casa. Okay. So I just popped in the 20 short lessons link on its own. When you click on it, this is what you'll see. So it's all text-based, but what is a top list? Building a top list. What is an alert window? Creating one, etc., etc. So all of the basic features of trade ideas are here. So I would really encourage you, again, if you're new, or even if you don't have the product, you can take a look to see what we have to offer. More education, daily support sessions. So, I talk about a YouTube feed. So there is a concurrent room to this one. When I say this one, I mean this one. And so I monitor it between 9 and 12. Between 12 and 1, another one of the Trade Ideas traders takes over. And it's a little more of a Q&A. And also, most of those guys are more swing traders than I am. So you can always, I do take a break at noon. I take a break in this room between 12 and 12:30. So you can always head over to the YouTube feed. I will pop that link in before I take a break. There's, of course, our room here. Daily webinars. We'll get back to a normal schedule next week, Monday to Thursday at 5 o'clock Eastern Time. They're all archived, all free. A lot more educational videos are here. And we have created some trading ebooks right here. Okay, so a lot of information on my homepage. Okay, now I do want to talk a little bit about the AI and then Brokerage Plus. So let me just rearrange this window on my other monitor. Okay. So this is what the AI is all about. We have what we call 50 baseline, 50 baseline strategies. Once the market closes, the AI gets to work on optimizing those strategies. So this is what the AI did last night. And these were out of the 50, these were the strategies that made the cut. In order to see the alerts that you get from those strategies, this is what I would do. Only 2 alerts a day. So just because a strategy made the cut doesn't mean we're going to get any alerts from them. Because again, each one of these strategies has a lot of filters, and then there's a trigger. And in this strategy, so far at any rate, no stocks have met all the criteria. In this one, there was. But this is what I would do in order to watch the AI alerts as they come in. From the toolbar, I would click on New, and then AI/Holly Strategy Trades window. When you do that, this is your window. Only 2 alerts a day. And you're presented with an entry price and a stop price. And then it's basically up to you to manage the trade. Oh, again, I think it's going to be pretty light today. Only 2 trades so far, or 2 trades, 2 alerts so far. Now, the other thing you can do is when you have this window up and running, you can then incorporate it as part of your layout. So you don't have to load it every morning, just incorporate it as part of your layout. So if you have a layout, then the window pops up, then save your layout with that window in it, okay? You know, Patrick, I could, to me it's irrelevant. I mean, I will, but you know, Holly Grail was the original. Then we came up with Holly 2.0 and then Holly Neo. The theory being that Holly 2.0 is a little more aggressive and Holly Neo was more aggressive. You'll see stocks that maybe have wider, more volatility in Holly Neo. Personally, you know, I really don't care what the differences are. All I care about is seeing what the alerts come. But that in theory is what the difference is. But I wouldn't not worry, but I wouldn't concern myself so much about what the differences are. Just like I don't concern myself, you know, from what strategies we get an alert from. You know, all I care about, okay, obviously I want to know, is it a long or a short? I have an entry. You know, that's the real-time alert. Doesn't mean I have to take it right then and there. But, you know, that's all I really care about. Well, no, the AI does not know what it's like saying here. When we start off the day, we don't know what stocks are going to be making a new high or new low with these filters. Okay, this is what I've got here. So here's my price range at 1 in 20. Current volume is at least 4, so it's trading at least four times normal. You know, 400,000 shares, up or down 4%, etc. So these are my filters, and if a stock makes a new high or a new low, we get an alert. Of course, I can't know, you know, before the market opens what stocks are going to appear. So it's the same thing with the AI. You know, these set of filters are in place, so the AI doesn't know ahead of time what stock. It's not looking at specific stocks. Okay, does that make sense? Choose them all, NASDAQ. Sorry, NASDAQ. Choose them all, Ali. Okay, you have to complete them all. There goes BT. Well, briefly there went BT. I mean, this is really whippy. I mean, again, somebody asked my opinion of it. I mean, it's, you know, it is extremely whippy. I mean, look at it, got up to 1949. It pulled right back down to about 1912, and it's moving up again. So you're going to take this. You know, my advice is not to take too many, because anything can happen. You can get a drop in a second, but it's definitely on the move. BT. Well, but it's okay. Well, let me explain what Trade Ideas is, because maybe that'll give you the idea. Trade Ideas is an event-based scanner. I called it an event-based scanner. You create the event. So these strategies from the AI were optimized. Okay. Why they made the cut? Well, okay. First of all, let me talk a little bit more about that. So why we see these strategies here is because these strategies were optimized not for specific stocks, but for an event. So again, there are a lot of filters in place with all these strategies, and then if a stock happens to meet all the filter requirements and the trigger, whatever that trigger is, we'll see it. Okay, I mean, it's really that simple. That's what Trade Ideas is. We're what I call an event-based scanner. You create, you know what I've done here? Excuse me, I've created this event here. If I get a new high or new low, I get a real-time alert. You, of course, I mean the role of you, we have a lot of alerts and a lot of filters. So you can create your own scenarios, your own event. And this is how, instead of not forcing, but instead of creating a programming language in which you would have to know how to, program your own alerts and filters, what we did was we said, okay, most people do not have the wherewithal, the acumen, or even the time to learn a programming language. So what we said is, okay, let's try to create as many alerts and filters as we can, so then people can just kind of pick and choose what they want to create their own event, to make it pretty simple. So that's what we did as a company. So that's sort of an overview of what Trade Ideas is. So you can create all your own alert windows and top list windows, etc. I'm sharing a lot of scans. So, if you want to take a look at them, if you loaded my basic new highs and lows as an example, and then if you right click and then configure and summary, you'll see what I'm using. Now you might say, well, you know what, I'd rather have a different price range. Of course, change the price range if you want. You might have an idea about a different volume that you want to see. You can, of course, change it. And once you change it, just say okay, so those changes are saved. So now let's talk a little bit about, I want to talk about our linking tool before I talk about Brokerage Plus, so people completely understand when I talk about linking. So we link with many brokerage platforms. Okay, we have a linking tool. You click on tool, and this is only available if you have the app. It's not available if you're using our web-based version. And so you establish the link, you just add the link, and then you follow the instructions as they appear, okay? And we link with many brokerage platforms. What does linking mean? All it means is this, is when you click, if you have the link established, when you click on alert from within Trade Ideas, it'll just automatically load into your order entry in your brokerage platform, and then you can trade from within your brokerage platform. So all it is a time saver. It's not mandatory, it's not necessary, 100%, but it's a nice time saver, especially if you're clicking on a lot of symbols all day long. Okay, so I hope people understand that, because we get the question, well, I have this broker. Does that mean I can't trade? And it doesn't link or something, does that mean I can't use Trade Ideas? Of course not. It's just a time saver. So I hope you completely understand that. Yeah, I think you can link Fidelity. I think there are people who use Fidelity. Well, William. I don't know if William actually links, but I think you can link with Fidelity. If you want to find out for sure, let me just give you the homepage link. We have our linking expert is there, and he could probably tell you for sure linking with Fidelity and how. Okay, so if you click on the homepage link, click on the homepage link, and you'll see a little Q&A. Hopefully pops up right. Okay, I don't know why it takes don't know why it's taking a little bit of time, but usually a little Q&A pops up right here, and just ask, how do I link to Fidelity? Okay. YouTube Paradox. Okay, now I do want to talk about Brokerage Plus. This is the Brokerage Plus window. Again, only available if you're using the app, not available with the web-based version. So, regarding linking, we do have a special arrangement with Interactive Brokers so that you can actually use this window. From within this window, you can trade. You don't have to trade from within IB. You don't have to use Brokerage Plus at all, but you might want to, because there's some interesting features that you can take advantage of. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to pop in this video which explains all that. Not really, Sarah. I mean, you know, the best thing I can say to you, there is a PDF. If you request it, there is a PDF, I think, that kind of explains the channels, but not, I mean, most of them are hopefully self-explanatory. You know, I mean, EV related, these are the blank checks, earnings, account builder, things like that. But what I would do is this, I would just load the channel and then right click and take a look at the filters and everything that we have in place. It probably gives you the clue what everything is looking for. But if you really want, I don't have it. Unfortunately, when I did a reboot of or a reformatting of my computer, somehow I've lost a link that had a lot of information, and I should request it again. But if you go to info at Trade-Ideas, and I don't know how up to date it is because we have added some channels. You can request the PDF that will give you a bit of an overview of the channels, okay? But Alpha Predator is just kind of looking for stocks that are, you know, active stocks that are kind of trading on their own. They don't care really what the market is doing or their sector is doing. So I popped in that interactive or that video, the Brokerage Plus video, showing you how you can use Interactive Brokers and Brokerage Plus to trade from within this window. So why would you want to be able to do that? Well, you can do things like this. Let's just say you click on an alert. You check the chart. You say, yep, I want to trade it. You can go back, hover over, and, well, what I should do is, there we are. Now I'm in the simulator, but you'll see that you can set up your own buying and shorting parameters. You have to watch that video. It shows you exactly how to do it. So this is what we call one-click trading. And so again, you click on an alert, you like what you see, back to the alert, right-click on it, and so within seconds you can be trading. One-click trading, okay? And that's if you have an Interactive Brokers account. Well, okay, Ali, do you have a toolbar that says SIM? Do you have a toolbar that says this, or are you on the web-based version? Okay, well then just click on SIM. If you have a toolbar that says Brokerage Plus and there's Live and SIM, just click on SIM and this box should pop up. I'm going to get into this right now. The other way to use this Brokerage Plus window, not on an alert. Okay, I'm answering a question in the YouTube feed. The question was, is there an alert that you can set in your window? I mean, you can have a tab for news, okay? And if you want, you can duplicate the window. Okay, duplicate it so you can have the news up and running all the time. So when you click on an alert, you know, you'll see the latest news. Something like that. But it's not like an alert is going to pop up on a stock, you know, that there's new news on it. But you can just duplicate the single stock window, right click, duplicate it, and then just click on the news tab, and then, you know, you can have this up and running all the time. So every time you click on an alert, you'll get the latest, at least you can see the latest news. Okay? So when you say I try and it doesn't work, so when you click on SIM, this box does not pop up. If it doesn't pop up, and also you have a green ball, it shows that you're absolutely connected. I'm just trying to answer somebody. Well, Sarah, you can set up, I mean, there's a check mark. Yeah, you can set up your own alerts. You can set up your own alert window. You know, like new, for instance, if you went to our toolbar, click on new, and then alert window, and then do exactly what you just said. You know, start from scratch. This is all in the 20 videos, okay? How to set up an alert window. And then what you said was a check mark. So configuration, search. You said a check mark as an example. You know, I don't use this one, but here's your check mark. So you can add, you know, use it, add the alert, check it, okay, and then set up all your other filters. You know, maybe a price range, minimum volume, things like that, so you don't get a million alerts. But yes, you can do things like that, of course. I mean, that's the whole idea of Trade Ideas. It's customizable to what you want to see. I don't know what you mean by it doesn't work. When you click on the sim, so this box is not popping up. Never mind what you see on my screen, on your screen. You don't see the screen. When you click on sim, this box doesn't automatically pop up, the Brokerage Plus. If that's not happening, then I'm going to have to send you to our tech because I don't know how to help you. So, again, if you're new to trading, I would really encourage that before you start trading with your money, practice trading with our simulator. It uses our real-time data, so it doesn't matter what broker you've got, and it's really simple to use. You just click on an alert, the symbol will show up. You can pick how many shares you want to trade. You can pick the price you want to get in at. If you're shorting, you sell, and if you're going long, you buy. So I don't understand what you mean, Ali. So I need a yes. I need a yes or no right now. Okay. When you click on Sim from the brokerage underneath Brokerage Plus, does this box pop up for you? The Brokerage Plus window. It does. Okay. Well then, what is your? Okay. So you're good to go. Okay, if it pops up, now it's a matter of just you click on an alert, the symbol will show up. Now you can practice trading within the simulation, within the simulator. Okay? You can get one-on-one. You can get one-on-one. I would watch the 20 lessons first, okay, before you do that. I mean, because we do charge now for the one-on-one. I think it's $139 for an hour with one of the trainers, okay? But I would, before you do that, I mean, what are you trying to understand? Number one, I would absolutely watch the 20 short, I keep calling them videos or not, but explanations about the basic features before you do that. Oh, I see. If you want to see my screen, okay. No, he's connected, or he or she is connected. Okay, if you want to see well, you can see my screen, but if you want it on your, this is my shared layout, okay? Now remember, if you have a layout already, if you only have a toolbar and a blank screen, okay. But if you've got a layout that you've created before, make sure you save it to the cloud first, because this is a layout, and you will be replacing your layout with mine. I don't have a scan for that. I mean, we do have, and I have no idea how well it works. I've never really used it. I mean, consolidation, if you search and click on consolidation, and so, you know, 5-minute consolidation breakout, you can try it. Okay, I've never really tried these. So there's a 5-minute consolidation breakout to the low side. and to the high side. Okay, and 10 and 15 and 30. You can try it. So again, guys, this is helpful to know also. If you're wondering if we have anything, best thing to do is go to an alert window. Boy, look at LC. This is really, I know you guys have been talking about it. So if you're wondering if we have any, like do have, what do you have for stochastics, or what do you have for MACD or RSI or Ichimoku, okay? Right click on an alert window, configure, and then go to click on the search. So what I did for you right there is I just started typing in consolidation, okay? So here's consolidation. You can try this also. I mean, and if you're wondering like what it means, just highlight it and click on help, and it'll give you an explanation of about what this all means. You know, some of it's pretty obvious, okay? But if you're wondering what stochastics, you just start typing in, and you'll see what we have. If it's not here, we don't have it. So in other words, if you said, well, gee, I really want to have a 10-minute, well, unfortunately, we don't have it, okay? MACD, this is what we have. Ichimoku. Guess what? We don't have it. Okay, so that's a quick way to see what we do have. Okay, so again, just to recap, go to an alert window, right click, configure, search, and just start typing. So let's take a look at ways in which you can use the simulator. Do a couple of things. Let's just say I wanted to take LC on a pullback. I'm looking at that 2-minute chart, pulls back to 978. I like to get into that trade. So I can pick how many shares I want to do. Let's take 300, okay? I've determined that 970 is where I want to get into the trade. I click buy, and you will see the line will show up right in the chart. So if LC goes down to 970, it'll take the trade. Okay, that's on a pullback. So for those of you who like to maybe play pullbacks to a certain level, that's a way you can do it. Right in the simulator. You can practice it. Practice, practice, practice. Don't commit money to the market until you've practiced trading. I'll nag everybody to death on that, but I mean, it's so important. It uses our real-time data, so it doesn't matter what broker you've got. You can also do it the other way. If you thought you wanted to take this, if it broke, say, the high right there at 1030, so you could also, if I put 1030 in here, both places, you would have seen a line up here at 1030. So you can either use that as a pullback play or breaking, a resistance area on top. I'm just going to leave it like that and see what happens. Well, guys, that was a great exit for me on Fubo. Didn't get stubborn. So took a minor profit on that, but did not get stubborn. Now, here's how you take it. Let's take a trade right now. IPI, man, oh man, this is a company out of Saskatchewan. Oh no, it isn't. Okay, it's the other one, the other potash company. Okay, IPI. I think they did a reverse split. Yeah, these guys did a reverse split a while back because this was never a $26 stock. Okay, let's take Tiger. I'm just going to take Tiger to show you how you can do it. I probably would wait for an 832 break, but let's just take Tiger. Let's take a couple hundred shares, and the spread is a couple of pennies, so I can, don't mind going in at the market, and you'll see that it'll show up. So there it is, 200 shares. Now, Again, always have a stop. You should know your stop, of course, ahead of time. Like where if the trade does not work out for you, and guess what? They don't all work out for you. You have to know where you're going to get out of the trade. And it should be at some point, in my opinion, either, I mean, if you get more experience, maybe on a break of a certain moving average, or you look at the chart and you see, okay, that looks like decent support. So I'm going to put the stop at 796. Add the stop order. Again, this is all, you should know all this ahead of time. I'll explain why. So I've just added the stop order. So if this goes down to 796, I'll be taken out for a $43 loss. So when you clicked on the simulator, the Brokerage Plus box did not show up at lights. I'm talking to somebody in the YouTube feed. And you have a green in your toolbar. In your toolbar, it is green, so you're definitely connected. Just to make sure you do have a real connection. I mean, if you have other things that are moving, you obviously do, but I just want to make sure you have a, okay. Man, I don't know how to help you. Because it's okay, try this, okay? Click on New from the toolbar, click on New and Brokerage Plus. I mean, it's supposed to happen from here, but just click on New and then Brokerage Plus. And see if it pops up, okay? I mean, this is just a shortcut. We added this a little while ago because this is how we used to have to load Brokerage Plus. Okay, it's interesting. It does not pop up though on the sim when you click on sim. All right. Well, now what you can do is you see where it says connected 1 of 5. Just connect Trade Ideas Simulated Trading. Okay, check that, and now you're in the simulator. I don't know why it's not popping up for you when you click on sim, but you might have to do it the old-fashioned way. Okay, did you get that? Just click on the connected and then check Trade Ideas Simulated Trading. Okay. So now you can practice. Now you can practice. So, okay, quickly to get rid of, I was asked, and other people I'm sure have the same issue, how to get rid of horizontal lines or anything on the chart, really. So I'm going to put a horizontal line right up here. Okay, so I just put a horizontal line here. So the question was, well, how do I get rid of horizontal lines or really anything else that you've added from the properties? Not properties, sorry, the markups, okay? So all you do is you go up to the line, and once the pointer turns into that icon, left click on it and then delete on your keyboard, okay? So I'll do it one more time. Markup, horizontal line, move it up, up, up until the icon turns into that icon. Your pointer turns to that icon. Left click your mouse and then delete your keyboard. Okay? Now, we talked about the stop, okay, and why it's important to, why you should know, of course, where your stop is before you get into a trade, because that will determine how many shares you'll take. Now, how does that work? All right. Where did I get into this one? 18. Let's pretend I got that in at 820, okay? And my stop was at 8. I mean, it's close enough. I just want to make the math really easy. Okay, so let's pretend that was 820 and the stop was 8. That's 20 cents away. So, when you get into a trade, you have to know, again, when you're going to get out when the trade doesn't work for you. They're not all going to work. So I have a 20-cent stop based on the chart. It's not, well, I'm going to risk 10 cents a trade or 20 cents a trade, just a, you know, the same every trade. It has to be based on something. Looking at a chart, you have to, you know, look at it and go, okay, it looks like there's some support right there. So if it broke down through that support, I should be out of the trade. It's really, you know, I mean, that comes with some experience, but I mean, that is in essence what it's all about. So this is all going to depend on your account size. You know, if you have a $5,000 account, you're not going to be risking $1,000 a trade. But let's just say, based on your account size, you can say risk $100 a trade. So in this specific example, risking 20 cents on the trade, you know, you're in at 820 and you're going to get out at 8, 20 cents a trade. Hopefully you understand where I'm going to go now. You could take 500 shares. 500 shares times 20 cents a share equals $100. So that is what you'd be risking on the trade. No more. All right. And if you get stopped out, you get stopped out and you just move on. Hopefully that makes sense. And the other thing is that this really will help if you again have all the best intentions in the world to, yeah, I put a stop in, and that's the one, I'm going to obey that stop, but all of a sudden it starts moving down to the stop price and you start second guessing your stop. You think, well, maybe it's a little too tight, so you start moving it down and you start moving it down and down. So now all of a sudden your $100 manageable risk starts turning into $200 and then $300 because you're stubborn. You will not obey your stop. So this is really, really good for those, and we've all done it. Okay, we've all done it. You allow the system to take you out automatically. There's no emotion involved. It hits your stop price, you're out of the trade. Okay? Now, you can also put a target if you want. I could put a target here of, you know, I don't typically, I mean, the target might be based on, you know, where I'm looking at next resistance area. But if you want to put a target in, of course you can. You can right click and now add a target order. I'll just put 850. I just want to show you how it works. Okay, so right on the chart now. You won't see it on these smaller time frames, but on the monthly chart, you can see it. Probably hard to see, but there's another line. So if it went up, and I think it says $65. So if it went up to 850, it would take me out for a $65 gain. Goes down to $7.95, it takes me out for a $45 loss. Of course, that's not good risk reward. I'm just demonstrating how you can do it. Yeah. Now, you can also use these lines. You can move these lines. So let's just say it starts really approaching your target, but it's still trading really well. Why would you get out? So you can start moving your target, you know, up. Same thing, you can use this like a trailing stop. You've got your stop in place, but let's say this trade really starts to work well. You would find another area of support, you know, higher up, so that if it broke down through that, that's where maybe you should get out. So you could always use this like a trailing stop, okay? Now, you don't have to do that way. These are hotkeys, number one. So if I wanted to get out of this trade right now, I would just flatten it. If I wanted to get out of half the trade, half, double the trade. So these are just hotkeys. Or I could go right here. And of course, I could just pick how many shares I want to get out. you know, the price I want to get out at. So it's really easy to use. So please practice trading first. All right, guys. So, wow, look at this one now. GTT on the move here. Not a low float, 41 million in the float. So it's certainly not a low float situation, but something is charging this one, GTT. And another one is popping here, SGR. Now, this could be interesting. Nah. Again, you know, just look left on the monthly chart, guys. I mean, look how much, you know, right up here, not that far away. You've got all these little areas right up here. Okay, Fubu, again, all over the place. Really all over the place. I mean, look what it did. This is a 2-minute chart. 30.62 down to 29.20, right back up. So really, really erratic. FUBO. Well, yeah, so the momentum down, okay, momentum down shared. Well, it depends how fast it's going. I mean, you know, there's nothing, the only thing you can do is if you watch this video, and I'm answering somebody, the question was, my momentum down shared strategy is great, but the price sometimes quickly, I'm assuming, goes down from the alert price for a manual buy. How can you automatically buy the stock at the alert price before it goes up? Okay, so first of all, you can watch that. Oops, you can watch that video. Okay, the Brokerage Plus intro video. So you can set up just like what I did here. I mean, if you wanted to auto trade your own strategy, you know, wanted to auto trade that strategy, I mean, you could, you know, get in at the, but understand that when you get an alert at say 620, that stock could be moving really, really quickly. So you have to understand what this means. The edit, I'm going to just take one strategy and what the limit offset is all about, okay? So what the limit offset, and again, you have to watch that video on the entry order, what the limit offset is all about, because this stock, I'm just using this as an example. Yeah, you might get an alert at 620, even if you were trying to auto trade it. I mean, you'll never get it probably at 620 right at it, because this might be moving really quickly. So maybe it's at 622, 623, 625. So that's what the limit offset is. So you can use this to say, okay, listen, if I get an alert, I'm willing to go, say, 5 cents, 6 cents, whatever that number is, outside of the actual alert price to get the trade. Very rarely, when you get an alert, will you be able to get it right at the price, because, you know, usually a stock is moving a little bit. It might be a penny, might be 2 pennies away from the actual alert price. Okay, so that's what the limit offset is all about. You know, sometimes you may not need it. Now, you can also use this. See where it says time and force? 3 minutes, right there it says 3 minutes. So if you're really, really stubborn and you say you put a 1 cent offset, you may never get a fill on anything. But let's just say, for instance, the stock falls from the price, you know, goes up to 625, 626, and then goes back down to 620. You might get a fill at 620. What this time and force is saying is, okay, how long do I want to keep this stock in play? How long do I want to have in order to take this trade. You know, so right now it says like you can put whatever you want, but I've got 3 minutes and 20 seconds. So what that would mean is if it moved from 620 to 625 and it's hung there for a minute and then it came back down to 620 in, you know, within 3 minutes and 20 seconds, you could get a fill very close to where you want. But you run the risk of it just running away and never getting a fill if you put a very, very tight limit offset. That's just trading, okay, guys? Nothing you can do about it. Does that make sense? Now, what I would do is before you commit money to market, you can create your own strategy. And if you want to auto trade, you do need our premium service. Okay, you want to auto trade your own strategy. You need our premium service. Otherwise, you can use our standard service, and you can create these, and it's pretty quick. You can create your own what we call one-click trading, because when you see for me, I would always want to just take a quick glance to see where it is on a chart, what sort of resistance there is, what the market is doing. Just do a quick glance before I would want to take a trade anyway. And then you can just zip back up and click, how you want to trade it. So, I mean, you could get into a trade within, seconds, really. No, only Interactive Brokers. It's only Interactive Brokers right now, okay? The question was, does Auto Trade connect to TD Ameritrade? I mean, we're hopefully sometime in the new year. I don't know when it's going to happen. I mean, you can see right here and connected that we have it. We do have it. These are the ones that we're looking to add, and it's still being tested. But please don't ask me when that's going to happen. Because I don't know. Okay, what I'm wanting to do is I want to see, I want to hopefully, well, I mean, if it gets taken out, I'm just showing this is how that stop would work. If it gets down to 798, it's going to take me out of the trade. Somebody asked, where did GTT show up? That showed up in one of these scans that I'm sharing called Momentum Up. Okay, so again, I'm sharing a lot of scans. You mean outside of what we're doing within Trade Ideas? No, Michael, there isn't. We have a few people within Trade Ideas that are doing that, so no. Well, I like, as just a very basic scan, the basic new highs and lows and, momentum. You're asking me my favorite scans, probably what you see. So again, if you want my scans, just click on my home page and click here where it says my scans, Barry's scans. Here all including, the question was, where did I see GTT? So I saw that in the Momentum Up. You don't have to load all my scans, of course. In fact, you don't want to do that. I just have a lot of different types of scans because, trying to appeal to different types of trading styles. I'm afraid to look. Yeah. Be careful, be careful, be careful. I'm just watching glue. I wanted to see if it didn't quite touch 9. So in theory, it has not stopped out yet, but obviously this did not work. Yeah. So again, so the question was how you can auto trade the AI, and I'm going to say it a million times before you do that. Maybe not a million times, but many, many, many times. You can do it. You can, but practice first. Okay. We don't recommend auto trading the AI. Number one, if you wanted to maybe take and on the entries, fine. But we always recommend that you manage the exits on your own. Okay. But if you're bound and determined that you want to do it, before you commit money to the market, this is how you would do it. Okay, you do need our premium service. And all you do is you turn all these strategies on. You have to do it every day. You just highlight all the strategies, enable the 14 selected strategies. So now they're all on. Okay, and now you're auto trading. And click on the sim first, of course. You're clicking on the simulator, and now you can auto trade. See how it works before you do it. Okay, so it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter if you have Ameritrade. Before you would do any of this, practice it, okay? See what the results you're getting are. Okay, does that make sense to answer your question? So basically, just highlight the strategies. You have to have the AI tab, and then just highlight the strategies. Turn them on. Okay? Did that make sense? It's got nothing to do with you having Ameritrade, okay? Because what I'm saying is before you do that, with your money, see how it works. Okay, yes. So do not, you're a beginner, do not commit money. Just see how it works, I mean, when you say log out of the account, you mean log out of trade ideas? No. I mean, you have to have the account open. Well, again, Pilot Gary, we don't recommend auto trading 100%. Manually doing the exiting is a better way to go. So that's all I can say. I don't auto trade. All right. You too, Rodex here. And talking to somebody in the YouTube feed. Okay, Mr. William, I draw your attention to SLM. Boy, this looks really, really interesting as a potential short, guys. SLM, William. It's not meeting your criteria yet on the 5-minute Bollinger Band break. I'm looking at all this resistance up here, though, not too far away. SLM, it is above the channels as I'm seeing it on the 30-minute chart. So SLM might be something you will be interested in. Did I mention a link to input symbol from TI to E-Trade? I think it's pretty simple. You know, this is the external linking tool. Just follow the instructions. You know, tools. Well, let's start again. Tools, external linking, and add a link. Follow the instructions. I think it's probably just as easy as, you know, putting it into the order entry, but follow the instructions where it says add a link and just follow these instructions. Okay? I didn't put a special link or anything like that regarding TI and E-Trade. I don't think ACY, I don't think it is shortable at Interactive Brokers, yeah. All right, Bullish Bear. Of course, understand that everything I talk about is not a recommendation to do anything, you know, so it's just, you know, I'm pointing out opportunities. Hard for me to trade a little bit more actively while doing this, but yeah, the bingo is getting interesting again, guys. BNGO, this is the one. I still have a price alert set up right here around 315. This could get me really interested. It's been trying a couple of times to get through 3. And if it does somehow get through 3, I mean, we do have a high today, I guess, of 344, 347, but I'm looking at that high way over here of 472. Again, I'm not saying it's going to get there. Not a recommendation to buy it. You do what you want to do, but you know, I'll be very interested in this if it takes out that 313. Yeah. So there's the SLM. That's why I mentioned it. But you can have it. You know, it's one of the ones that I am sharing. So that bouncer stoppers, again, it is one of the scans that I'm sharing from, you know, from my homepage and from my scans. It's one of the, right here, bouncer stoppers, so you can have it. And that link, you actually can click on the subscriptions link and you'll see my homepage link is right there. Yeah, we just have a halt here. Else or else. Look at this. I don't know this one at all. Not sure I've ever seen this one. Another crazy low float situation. 2.2 million in the float, and this is, let's see, it's halted at 493. I'm watching the bid ask stacking up. It's not a pop yet anyway. In fact, it's a little bit lower, 481 right now. Doesn't mean that's where it's going to open. Again, the halts resumes. Another one that I'm sharing. So this is what I'm talking about. Got halted at 11:30 plus 12 seconds. So if it is a 5-minute halt, it'll open at 11:35 plus 12 seconds. Okay. And this is actually not looking good at all. The bid ask is stacking up now way underneath, 430, 430. Now that can change. I mean, this is what I'm taught. This is from Interactive Brokers. Your broker will have something very similar, but that's not a good, well, see how it just jumped. It just jumped. So what, if you happen to have been in that one, what you want to see is like 5 plus. And this is from Interactive Brokers, okay? So your broker, if you don't have IB, your broker will have something very similar. Time and sales. That's how I can tell where it's stacking up. It doesn't mean that that's where it's going to open. Yeah, bingo is erratic. I'm just, as Fred says in the YouTube feed, there's a red candle now. Big one. This reminds me of yesterday. This is going to destroy the. When did that happen? Yeah, well, right here. Actually, well, before it was starting to drift down, and then right here, and then it just kept moving down. So a little too erratic. But and it's on volume too. I mean, that's a lot of selling volume too. It's not just little volume. Well, it can. I mean, it can give you a clue, though. I mean, generally speaking, when on the first halt, you can. I don't. It doesn't. You're right. It doesn't mean it's going to absolutely open there, but you can watch it bouncing around over the 5 minutes. What you don't want to see is something halted, and it's way and that bid ask is way below. That usually is not a good sign. Boy, LC is just in rippage here. The lending club straight up. That's a trend, guys. 15-minute chart. That is a trend. Straight up almost without a moment's hesitation. So remember, I was trying to get this on a pullback at 970. Good luck. Now you see, at this point, I would be not wanting to get this on a pullback, because if it pulls back from all the way from here down to here, this to me would not be what I would want. So at this point, I would be canceling that order. Okay, so Mike, so again, if you have Interactive Brokers, or any broker has something like this, time and sales, okay? So when I'm looking at the halt for else, okay, so it was halted at 493. So again, it doesn't mean it's going to open at 481. No, not necessarily. This has been kind of jumping around. But if you were in this one right now? I mean, we've seen it many times. The first halt 493. A lot of times you'll see this stacking up. 5 plus 550, 560. Doesn't mean it's 100% going to open. A lot higher, but usually the first halt. But you can see how it's moving around. It gives you a bit of a clue where it might open. Nothing you can do. I mean, it's just more out of interest more than anything, because there's nothing you can do until it opens. And if this opens, it should be 1, 2, open. There we go, just opened. So what did it open at? So yeah, I mean, that wasn't encouraging. Now, it doesn't mean it's not going to fly from here, but it wasn't super encouraging. You get into a halt, you'd love to see it way above the halt price. That time in sales. That usually will mean it's not going to drop below the halt price. So right now, anybody's guess where this is going. Another low float. Give me a moment, please. I'll be right back. All right, guys, I'm back. I can answer your question, Kaiser, oh, yeah, 5 minute always. Sorry, I didn't see you had already answered. 5 minute always. So, William, I don't know if you've got my bouncers toppers, but this might be something that you'd like to, because I don't get too many alerts all day long, and so anything in orange means that it's in theory, it is topping out, and anything in blue means it could be rebounding. Okay, so don't get too many alerts all day long. Guys, I have to put myself on mute just for another couple of minutes, just a minute. The other thing you might want to do, I've never really tried this, but we do have I think we have it on the 5 minute before I say, let's take a look at Bollinger Bands. Yes, so we do have it in the 5 minute. So you could do something like this, adding it to, in fact, I might do that just to see what happens. But so the position in the Bollinger Band, add the filter, the 5 minute, and put like 101 or something like that. So it'll be above the 5 minute. I don't know. Are you already using this in another alert? So what I mean is you could also incorporate it in here. So you wouldn't see SLM as an example unless it was above the 5 minute. No, I'll probably not get as many alerts, but there might be really quality ones. GBTs, then don't trade it. There's a good answer. You hate it, don't trade it. Okay, so Stuart, when you loaded it, are you just looking at it right now? You won't see the original ones, the early ones, okay? You should only see the last one. The question was, when I look at my watch list in the channel bar, there are no stocks in the list. Let me try something here. I want to see. Okay, I'm just going to load the web-based version of our product. Give me a moment here. Well, you should see. I mean, I'm just loaded it. I don't see EBON. I don't know why I'm not. I see TGC when I just load it. Okay. Um, well, let me load it. I think I've got things pinned. Just a minute. Yeah, EBON is another one. You're absolutely right. Late to the party, but nonetheless, not unlike BT. All right, I'm going to load it. Now, before I do, just give me one second here. All right, now I'm going to load it. See what. So you should see TGC. I just loaded it. You should see TGC. Yeah, so right symbol is. So I'm not sure why you're not seeing anything, but you should see. I mean, I just loaded it. You should see TGC at least. You won't. You just won't see all the early ones. Okay. I don't know how to help you, Stuart. I don't know why. I mean, I just loaded it, and I loaded it in both versions, the web-based version and the app. And okay, do me a favor. Ask you to do one thing. Right-click on the window. Right-click on the window. Configure. Symbol list. What is checked? Okay, so right-click on one of the windows, configure, symbol list, and what is checked. Yeah, my watch list. Yeah, Barry's watch list. Yes. That's where I thought you said you loaded it and there was nothing there. Because you started off by saying, when I look at your watch list in the channel bar, there are no stocks listed. So I'm on my watch list right now. Okay, that's from the channel bar. Well, I don't know what's going on because you should start to see some. If you keep it up there, you should start to see some alerts because it's a correct symbol list, best WL, correct symbol list for sure. So, are you getting other alerts at all? Make sure you are connected. Okay, so I don't understand you. When you say I want to create a window for 15-minute, where do I go? Are you talking about a chart? You want to have a 15-minute chart? Is that what you mean? Okay. Do you have a chart already up? What do you have one chart up and running already? No. Okay. So to start off, this is what I would do, and this, good information probably for everybody. When you're just starting off with our charts, new chart window. So here is what you can do right now. For instance, on all my charts, I want to have the 80 MA, the 20 SMA, I want to have this volume, things like that, okay? So I can't tell you what you're going to want, but create a chart with all the indicators that you want to see on virtually all your charts. Once you've done that, right click, and then you can save as default. Okay, so that'll be your default chart. Every time you open a chart, that's what you'll see. Get out of here. Now, once you've done that, then what I would do is just right click and duplicate it. So I don't know what time frame it'll show up. I don't know what symbol it is. It doesn't really matter. But now you just duplicate the chart. Okay? Oops, duplicate the chart. And then right click, time frame, and change it to whatever time frame you want. And keep doing that. Okay, just keep doing that. Duplicate as many. You can have 10 charts with our standard service and 20 with our premium. But why I think what you should do though is before you do all that is put the indicators, put all the things that you want on all your charts. So then when you duplicate it and then change the time frame, it'll be there in all your time frames, if that's what you want to do. I know there was a question. Oh, sorry, that's in the YouTube feed. What is the difference between tan and the blue line? Okay, so are you talking a line or an area? Oh, you're talking, yeah, not you weren't talking about a line. Okay, are you talking about like right there where it's a little bit of a blue and down here it's a little bit tan? Okay, this area. So all this is this is just showing you the blue will get a little bit darker and darker and darker as it hits a profit target. Okay. I mean, this is just, sort of you can see on the screen, and it gets a little bit darker in the tan where it hits the smart stop. So how the smart stop is calculated, it's a formula that is used, volatility, high and low, works those numbers. So it creates a smart stop. It's a guide, that's all it is. And then the target is nothing fancy. It is just double. So I mean, if you clicked on an alert at 6 and the smart stop was at 5.80, 20 cents away, the profit target would be 40 cents away. Okay, double, just double. So that's all that means. Okay, that makes sense, John? It's all it is. It's just a guide. So as it gets darker and darker, it's approaching the target. On the blue side, it gets, and then as that tan area gets darker and darker, it's approaching the stop area. Okay. Okay, well, bouncers and toppers. I mean, toppers, these are just stocks that are in theory maybe topping out and maybe being ripe for a short. That's all. So anything in orange, you can see LC has been moving up and up and up. Might be getting ripe for a short, whereas WW doesn't absolutely mean that this is topped out at this price, but it means you can start watching it. For William as an example, if he clicked on this, he might be looking at that going, well, it still hasn't broken the 5-minute Bollinger Band break. So for him, it's not nothing that he would want yet. And on the flip side, WW, this is something that has been, there was the alert. So this is something that has been drifting down. Maybe it's going to bounce. As always, look what the market's doing. So for me, looking at bounces when the market is doing this is probably not the right thing to do. I'd be more inclined to be looking at toppers as the market is drifting down. All right, guys, it's getting close to when I'm going to take my break. I think it's Andy today. Oh, it's Jamie. Okay. All right, so Jamie is going to be in the YouTube feed today, starting at just around noon. Boy, TIGR is just, no, I thought it was going to be higher than that. Just a minute. Okay, so Jamie is going to be. Oh, Jamie, you're there already. You want to start? I see you. I see you there already. I know you said you're going to be there 2 minutes before, but I see you there already. Info at trade-ideas.com. If you're going to ask that question though about why you can't see, I don't know how they're going to help you. You know, my only suggestion would be do a history, okay? Right click on the window and do a history to see if anything showed up. You know, just do right click, history today. Okay, I'm just trying to help Stuart before I leave. Okay, Stuart, did you understand that? So right click on the window, history, today, and see if any symbol showed up. It may be just because, no, not real time. Right click, history, and click on today. And anything show up? If nothing showed up, then you have me befuddled because I have no idea. Because the symbol list name is checked. Okay, Jamie, I will stop my streaming now, okay? Nothing. Okay, well, info at trade-ideas.com. Again, I just want to reiterate, you are connected, right? You do have a green ball. You might want to help him, Jamie. He's saying he can't see anything in my watch list. He's done a history. Again, I just want to reiterate, you are connected, right? You do have a green ball. You might want to help him, Jamie. He's saying he can't see anything in my watch list. He's done a history. Again, I just want to reiterate, you are connected, right? Again, I just want to reiterate, you are connected, right? You do have a green ball.
Okay, I think that handoff was successful. And Stuart, I'm aware of what Barry was trying to help you with there. But was it a top list or an alert window? If you could refresh my memory here. Assuming everybody can see my screen and hear me okay. Someone just give me a shout out. Hey, Jatinder, thank you very much. Okay, so we're good to go. All right, so back to you, Stuart. Alert window or top list? For your non-existent history. Aya, hello. Well, we're waiting to hear back from Stuart. Just want to wish everybody a happy, almost New Year. It's been a good year here at Trade Ideas. We are very thankful for all of you making that possible. Thank you, Mike. This is officially the last support session of 2020. Barry's watch list alert. Okay. You're referring to the channel. Where's Barry's channel here? Where are you at, Barry? So let's just click over here real quick. All right. So pull these charts down just a hair. Okay, so one of these two guys, right? So was it watch list repeating, watch list up, or watch list down? Was it watch list down that you're not getting any history? I'm guessing it's one of these three windows, yes? Hello, Iris. So if you notice, there's nothing in this guy right here. So you're saying you have no history in all of them, yes? So let's just do a little exercise here. History, all. So we have history in this one, and I know that you might not be seeing the history. I just want to make sure that I can see them first. What about this guy over here? Okay, even this guy has history. So all three of them have history. And if you're... Okay, Stuart, are you noticing that on any other windows, or is it just these? Or are you seeing the same issue in other alert windows? And as Barry was getting at earlier, you are connected and you have green lights and a green ball. Because it's pretty perplexing if you go to this channel and you're not seeing any history here. Okay, so you got something going on with your login there. If you come up to account and you cruise down to login, what are you seeing in here? Are you seeing your accurate username and password? So you're 19 milliseconds, you got green lights, green balls. I gotta say I'm a little perplexed here. I don't know what could be going on with your login. And when did are you a longtime user? Has this issue just cropped up, or has it been persistent? Okay, so I guess the question is, when did this... Okay, you just reactivated your account. Tell you what, hold on a second. Let me see if I can work a little bit of back-end magic here. Hold on one second. Just checking out. What I think is your account in the back office. And I believe I've got the right account here, and everything looks good. Do this real quick, Stuart. Go to Help up here at the top of the toolbar. Click on About, and tell me what version you're currently running. Right, so go in there, just tell me what version you're currently running by going to Help and About, and it'll give you the version number right there. Just making sure you're on the latest version, because sometimes if you wait to upgrade, sometimes weird things happen. But if we can just eliminate that factor, well, then we can continue to try and figure out what might be the problem. Okay, so you are on the latest production version. Okay, so since I can't really see what might be going on in your system, usually, in support, we'll send people over here for configuration issues, but I think we might have to go the reverse here and send you over to live chat, and maybe somebody can get in there with a screen sharing session. Now, real quick here, Stuart, are you launching everything as administrator? Because you just divulged that piece of information. You just installed it on a new computer. So that is more than likely the issue. It's a setting on your new local system that is preventing things from talking to one another. So just a reminder, you always have to be the administrator, okay? And you can always try right-clicking on the Trade Ideas icon on your desktop and saying Run as Administrator. See if that might fix the issue. So try that out, Stuart, and if that doesn't work, then I'll probably have to send you over to live support and see if they can get a screen share session. So you're telling me the charts are working, it's just the alert windows that aren't displaying history, or if they're not displaying history, that means they're not producing alerts as well. That's very odd, because if the charts are working, then you're getting data, but if the alert windows are not working, you're only getting partial data. Everything looks good in your account. So the culprit is that new system. We just need to figure out what with the new system is causing these issues. And like I said, I don't have eyes on your system, so what I'd recommend is popping into the live chat and seeing if maybe Chris or Bill can give you a remote session to see what the issue might be. All right, Iris, checking out your question here. I'm just going to rotate back to my default real quick here. "30-minute consolidation breakout crossed above the 20 EMA, 5-minute high, daily volume." Yeah, I tell you what, we'll just create that from scratch real quick here. Oh, sorry, Stuart. Just go to our homepage, and once you are there, you'll see in the bottom right-hand corner, questions and answers, I do believe. Let me just verify that real quick. I'm not used to going in on the other side. Okay, Stuart, so once you click on questions and answers, you'll see a little thing pop up, and then you're going to click here. Okay? questions and answers, and then you're going to click on ask, and then you're going to click on live chat right here. Yeah, sorry I couldn't be of more help here. It's just that somebody needs to see what's going on with that new system of yours, and hopefully we can get that resolved for you. Okay. All right, so back over here to your alert issue. Okay, so first thing, 30-minute consolidation breakout. If I can type, let's try that again. Breakout. Okay, so we're going to add that alert. Get over here to your filters. Crossed above the 20-day MA. So I assume you're using the filter for the 20 period MA. So if we're using that, we're going to pop a, basically we want it to be above it, okay? A minimal, I mean, that's a pretty small, it just has to be barely above it, which means hopefully it just crossed it. But if it's that far above it, then we have to ask the question, well, when does too far above it disqualify it, right? So it needs to be above crossing the 20 period SMA, but not too far above it. So is there a maximum? You don't want it to be, you know, if it's moved 1% away from the SMA, is that too far, I guess, is the question. And Jatinder, your question about the AI, it's a condition of the market. You know, tomorrow's a holiday. When we look over here, we can see, well, you can't see the symbol because I've got this window open, but you can see we got low volume right now. 0.67 on the relative side, even the Qs are at 0.82, and we got really low volumes on all the smaller time frames, keeping in mind that 100 is normal volume on these smaller time frames. So Iris, yes. What was the yes answer to? We just want to make sure it's above the 20 period MA? Or do we want to make sure, oh no, I forgot to save. Okay, got to redo this again. I forgot to save it. Okay, so 30-minute consolidation breakout. Change from the 20 period. Has to be above it. So we'll say 0.01. So Jatinder, just a low volume day kind of. That's why Holly is very inactive today. 5-minute high as well. Okay. Okay, so when you say 5-minute high, are you referring to the alert? Because, you know, if we're using 30-minute consolidation breakout, that's going to be our alert. So we could say change in 5-minute, but that would just be the change, okay? So, you know, when we're looking at the filters here, we're looking at 5-minute. We've got the 5-minute high alert. But if we attach two alerts to the same filter set, then it would either be, well, those alerts would function in either or capacity, right? Okay, so 0.5, but not more than 1%. Okay. So 1% on the max side. Okay. Well, if you want a 5-minute high, there's no way to articulate that into the system with a filter, right? Position and 5-minute range, we could try to attack it that way, okay, and say, okay, position and 5-minute range has to be 100, but that is correct, Jatinder. New Year's Day, the markets will be closed. Okay, so we can use the position and 5-minute range to say, okay, it needs to be at 5-minute highs. So we'll just pop that in there and we'll see what happens. Daily volume, 500,000 to a million. Okay. I don't know what your preference is there, but we could just use the 3-month. 1, 2, 3. And then 1 with a capital M. Okay, let's see. We'll just call this 30-minute. And just check the history. I bet there'll be tons of stuff in there. Okay, well, not as many as I thought, which isn't necessarily a bad thing. Okay, few alerts today, a lot more. Yes, well, not really. So we might be at a pretty good little trade count already. But basically, 30-minute consolidation range breakout, average daily volume has to be above the 20-period SMA, and position has to be at the top of the 5-minute candle. So let's just see the last one that came through about 2 hours ago, actually. So let's just see what it looked like. Now, since we're using a 5-minute metric, let's just go to 5 minutes. So you can see there's the signal. You had a little bit of upside momentum. What was our entry signal there? 22.82. Got a little push up to 22. Wow. That's a small move. It's about a penny. But that's just today on one signal. Eyeball coming a little bit earlier in the day. AJG. Not such a good signal there on that big opening 5-minute swoosh down. Probably not something you want to trade today because there's not really a whole lot of volume in there. And QYLD, those are the only hits today. Now keep in mind it's a low volume day, so that might change come Monday. But as far as what you described there, this would be a good starting point. So what I'll do is I'll just drop it into the chat area. You can grab that cloud link and try to modify it. Watch the original version, modify it. Yeah. So you might want to try loosening things up, like volume. Maybe removing the 5-minute parameter there would probably bring in more trades. But something to get started with. Yeah, you never know. So you just have to get in there and try things out and see, you know, of course, a back test might not be a bad thing to perform. And actually, I've got something on my desktop, or I did. I'm just going to go ahead and pull it up here. We're going to kind of review it here. Which might give you some ideas, Iris. So I'm going to save that for just a minute here because I need to catch up on the rest of the questions here. Yep, Jatinder, you were chiming in on that administrator comment, and I'm probably thinking that that's the issue with Stuart's issue as well. Possibly, Jatinder, possibly, regarding your question about changing your strategies regarding your sim reset. Yes, that's good news, Jatinder. Glad to hear that that is working out for you. Good deal. Okay, so along the lines of strategy fabrication here, I've got a window here. Okay, notice the title, opening flush long. Now, we're going to go back to 15-minute candles here. And what I'm going to do here is the genesis of this idea comes from, and I'm sure everybody has been exposed to this before, the market opens. Something that you might be long in just takes a header. I mean, it's boom, boom, boom in the first 15 minutes. And then before you know it, the algos take it right back up. Or let's just say the market takes it right back up. But you might have gotten stopped out. And you've probably heard myself, Steve, Andy, Sean, Michael, talk about pulling stops on swing trades in the first 15 minutes because they're pretty vicious, and a lot of the times you get these flush outs. Okay, so I'm thinking to myself, okay, especially with the advent of commission-free trading, with the larger broker dealers like Ameritrade and E-Trade, everybody knows we've got Brokerage Plus, which is compatible with Interactive Brokers. The only problem is, for some reason, they're dragging their feet on the $0 commission thing, right? Well, hopefully, within the first quarter of next year, we're going to have B Plus ported to Ameritrade and E-Trade, and they already have the $0 commission schedule in place. So this is going to make automated or manual, whichever way you choose to engage them, it's going to revive strategies that used to not be viable because you'd have to throw out too many orders and it would result in too many commission dollars. Okay, so you might be profitable by a little bit after everything was said and done, but by the time commissions took their toll, you're going to be negative because of all of the fees that are generated. Well, with zero commissions, boom, that barrier to entry is now gone, which makes strategies that used to look good but would not translate well into the real world, it's going to make them viable again. Okay, and don't get me wrong, I'm not sitting here telling you I've found the strategy that I'm going to run, but I've started the discovery process on it. Okay, so along those lines, opening 15-minute flush. New low, probably a good alert to start with. I'm not saying it's the only one that might be viable, but some basic filtering. Average daily volume 300,000, just trying to keep the really thin stuff out. Just got some generic mins and maxes here, 5 and 150. Using the good old earnings filter to weed out the ETFs and iShares. And of course, especially since we're back testing, want to make sure that distance from inside market filter is in place with a nice tight setting to keep our data stream nice and clean. Okay, now let's talk about that opening 15-minute swoosh down. Change in the 15-minute period, -3. Okay, so I'm saying these stocks at least have to zoom down 3%, maybe even lower. And in the additional effort to produce liquid tradable stocks, I'm also tacking on market cap of $1 billion, billion with a B. All right. So let's take a peek at the back test thus far. What do we have to work with here? Okay, so number one, we have to let that opening 15 minutes happen, right? So you can see here, I'm saying a start time of 16 minutes into the open. Since I'm in the Central Standard Time, market opens at 8:30. We have to give that move time to develop. So start time of 8:46. Just leaving it open wide for now. Time to exit. These are going to be pretty quick moves. Never know. Is the magic number going to be 15, 30, 45? Maybe even holding to the close if you get a good one. Don't know yet. So we're just going to leave it on a short hold time and then we'll play around with it. Risk management, we're not even going to bother attaching a profit target or a stop loss just yet because we're too early in the process. On my advanced, we're just going to do 40 trading days and we'll see what's up. And I'm expecting quite a few trades to still be present at this point. Okay, so on a pretty large trade count of 2,387, I tell you what, let me get my pen up just in case I need to do a little marky here. And just checking on the questions panel. The questions panel is currently silent, but if you got one, don't be shy. Okay. Well, don't know what's coming up here. Must have clicked on something. Okay. All right, so not a bad trade count. We got a lot to work with here, which is good because we're going to try to pare it down a little bit here. First and foremost, I like some of the stats that I'm seeing down here. Winning days in a row, 12. Losing days in a row, only 3. Biggest winning day and biggest losing day almost equal here. But we still have a lot of red to contend with here. And if we look at the daily, there is some promise here. You know, we've got consistent performance for most of the 40 days, but on a couple of days, it just doesn't work. Who knows why? Maybe on those days the market was tanking, right? And of course, this is helpful. We could always go back and review these days and go, no wonder we had a big gap down and a swoosh down and nothing bounced. All right, I see your question there, Aya. When you set your order good till cancel, does it stay in effect for the day or until you actually go in and cancel? Right, GTC. You know, a lot of the times when I'm trading, I'll put a stop loss in, just a day stop loss. At the end of the day, it's going to cancel. It's not going to stick around for the next open. But if you put it in GTC, it's going to stick around until you actually cancel it. So if you set one during the day, market closes, reopens, that GTC order should still be present in your trading platform. Yep, GTC, good till cancel. Okay, back to over here. Calendar, obviously going to jive with what we see here, but we've got a good success rate, which is promising, but check it out. We don't have a winning spread between average winner and loser, not yet anyway, okay? So at this point in time, before I went into the optimization phase and tried to do some improving, first off, let's just kind of explore the basics real quick here. What if I said start at 8:45? Would that change things up that much? Let's take a peek. I would think so. Are you referring to your broker or the functionality of Brokerage Plus there, Aya? All right, so did that little minuscule change, did it help or did it hurt? And as you can see here, it hurt a little bit on the success rate. So we're just going to leave it at the reasonable 846. Now we're going to talk about hold time. If I'm only at 15 minutes, because this is, you know, I wouldn't call this a high frequency trading strategy, but it is definitely something that is going to be geared towards automation for what I have in mind. So if we doubled the hold time, would it help or hurt? And I think the answer to that, Aya, is yes. Okay, and we increased the hold time. Nothing really noticeable. We decreased the winning percentage a little bit, but we did shrink the spread by a couple of pennies here, which, okay, let's just go ahead and take it out a little bit further here. What if we said, let's hold these for an hour and a half? And keep in mind, I have no idea, but this is what the exploratory, process is all about, getting these little things settled out first before we go into optimization. And while we're waiting on that, yeah, I'll just let this one finish. So has anybody out there been trading IPOs lately? I'll take that as a no. Okay, interesting. We stretched hold time out to an hour and a half, and we're making a little progress here. So if that's the case, then I have to do one more try here. And what if we stretched it out? Does it keep improving the longer we hold these things? The reason I ask, Mike, I'll just pivot over here to this chart real quick. You know, IPOs typically have limited days trading, so there's not a whole lot of time for patterns to develop, to identify, right? But I just pulled this one up real quick, Root. This was the first day of trading, bottomed out, took a nice little pop up. Wonder if there's a study that correlates with that top out. Well, I'm going to go over here to the good old anchor. I'll click on it. Well, that didn't work for some reason. It did it automatically for me. Click on that anchor one more time, anchor it to the first day of trading, and look what we have right here. Root finally got some gumption, had a nice little 2-day surge, and look where it backed off, right at that volume weighted average price of the entire trading history of Root. So when you start to stumble along these IPOs, and it'll happen, you'll pull something up from an alert window or a top list, and you'll be like, that's all the history. All you have to do to give yourself a good guideline could be bouncing off the volume weighted average price, could be hitting its head like this one did. That would have been a great little short right there, up around the $20 level, all the way back down to the $15 level. Looks like it's trying to catch a little break here on the 20 period moving average. So just keep that in mind if you do come across an IPO and want to target it. Okay, so what was that last one that we ran here? Okay, so now on a 2-hour hold, we've got Promise. What if we held till the end of the day? Would it make a huge difference or not? What are my thoughts on MAXR? Well, while that scan is running, we'll just pull it up here. I like the, well, nope. See, for a minute I thought maybe we were at ATH. But as you can see here, after I squish my chart up a little bit, we've gotten through this little level back here. Depends on how we close today. But I tell you what, let's zoom out a little further. All right, so it would appear, if we're at the high right now, that's all I can see on the weeklies. So if we do get a little bit more oomph, then it's this area back here that it might meet some supply. Right, so we got a little bit more room in there according to the weekly, but this little area back here, probably going to be the next test level of supply. Right back here, going all the way back to March of 2018. So that's my simple take on Maxer. All right, so an all-day hold, how did that do? Nothing to write home about. So we'll just stick with this one, keep it at a 2-hour hold time for now, and we'll attempt to do a little optimization here. So let me save this guy, get rid of these guys. I'm going to check out my other metrics real quick here. All right, we are talking about zero commission. So I've got $0 in the commission, but in the commission share field, I'm going to leave a nickel in there. Why am I doing that? To account and try to build some slippage into the strategy. And if I leave a nickel in here, not only is it going to account for 5 cents of slippage on the entry, it's going to also tack on 5 cents of slippage on the exit. So total of 10 cents of slippage for each and every trade. And it's always better to overblow slippage and instead of not even have it in there or use some ridiculously low amount. All right, so still got some promise here, still got a lot of trades. So now let's pop in here and just see what we can possibly see on optimization. Of course, price, time and day, symbol, kind of the more vanilla generic ways to do optimization, but it never hurts to peruse these price levels first, because for one reason or another, some events just do better with certain price ranges here. Only thing I really notice here is we've got green down here, but not near as good as the green up here. It just looks like the strategy starts to waver once we get past the 69. We just call it the $70 level. But it really starts to wane once we get past 55. So I tell you what, we're just going to go ahead and do some elimination here, and we're going to cap it at $54.99 right off the bat. Now, I made a change. Now, just on that one change, did it really help or hurt that much? Let's take a peek. Wrong button. There we go. All right, let me just make sure I didn't mess anything up here. All right, so we'll hit it again. Okay, we shaved off a little over, right about 400 trades. Now, we went down a little bit on success rate, but I'm not really concerned about that. We made a better improvement in the spread between winner and loser. Now we've got 6 cents in there, whereas we only had 4 cents prior. So that was a decent move there as far as price goes. Now sometimes these change back up, but now notice that I have it in $5 increments. We got green everywhere, so we're just going to leave it as is. Now as far as time of day goes, remember we're playing on the swoosh down in the opening 15 minutes here. Okay, so as time progresses, not necessarily going to be conducive for us, is it? Now we're looking at 60-minute increments currently. So no big surprise here. The further we get away from that 15-minute area, things start to fall out. But you know, the information is telling me here this might still be good. All right, we've got some decent win percentages here. We've got some decent profit factors here outside of that opening 15 minutes. But the majority of the trades are coming in that first 15-minute period. So let's see, let's even go smaller here. Let's tell it to stop taking trades at 8:48 because that's a 3-minute threshold maximum away from the event. Some might not have started the bounce process just yet. So let's tell it to stop at 8:48. Okie dokie. All right, and once again, keep in mind, we're only looking at an event that presents itself after the first 15 minutes. So, you know, that is the event that we're focusing on here. And now that I told it nothing past 8:48, well, we've really whacked down the number of trades. And we've got a decent spread here developing. So we're going to continue this process. Got a little bit of red down here. Maybe we'll come nip that off later on. Symbol, not really anything to pay attention to here. Now we go to the fun stuff. And keeping in mind, we've still got 529 trades. And now let's see if we can find anything else. So at this point in time, we can do it the old-fashioned way, which is basically just scroll through each and every filter here and see what might be good for some trimming. But I'd want to see large blocks of red that I could knock out. And so far, I'm not really seeing. I'm seeing some red, just nothing that really jumps off the page at me. 15-minute volume shares. Maybe there's something there. Who knows? We got to look at smaller increments here. And when I take that down to 1,000 shares, we don't really see anything. I just got an idea. How about we look at, since we're looking at the opening 15 minutes, maybe 15-minute RSI. Ooh, all green. Well, I said all green. It's not all green, but trying to get rid of little small amounts like this typically isn't the best way to go. So at this point, what I'm going to do is I'm going to cycle down to some of the, and market directional trades are usually a go-to when we're trying to optimize. But since we're only looking at that opening 15 minutes, don't really know if that's going to be very helpful because it hasn't had enough time to really make any impactful changes. Nothing there, a little bit there. Of course, we're looking at 30 minutes. Okay. Is there a correlation? Tiny one. Not really anything to write home about. So my only option here is just to methodically go through each and every filter that I think might have something to offer. And the only way it would have anything to offer is if I saw large chunks that I could knock off here, and still I'm not seeing anything. So we're just going to keep doing this until we see something that might be a decent optimization. And this is the boring part of optimization, but a necessary evil. If I don't find anything, well, then I might just have to go back to the drawing board. And keep in mind, this is exactly what the AI does. It just does it 1,000 times faster. Custom filter. I'll tell you what, let's shrink this down a little bit. And even after taking the volume down on the 10-day to 300,000, nothing really stands out. So we may have hit, in drilling terms, a dry hole. Maybe, maybe not. Still got quite a few filters to scan through here. Bid, nope. Bid-ask ratio. Don't really think cash on the books would have anything to do with this one.
Order cancelled. Order partially filled. Order filled.
I thought we might have seen something by now, but maybe not. I know this can be a little bit tedious, so if you have a question, go ahead and get it out there. Otherwise, pardon my scrolling. And I'm guessing the reason we're not seeing anything just jump out yet is because of the small time frame that we're analyzing. But that does not necessarily mean anything just yet. See, there's plenty of small clippings that we could do. But if we did every one of these, then we're walking the fine line of over-optimization. But this is the process. If I get to the end of this list and there's nothing, then I have to start over, retooling the filters and the alerts. Percent of float traded. That could be a custom. I mean, I think that's a standard filter though. But when we're done here, I'll go take a peek. Now, come to think of it, I think it might be. All right, fundamental filters, daily RSI. Days to cover. We could do this one. Not really something that I was expecting, but hey, that's how the optimization process works sometimes. It just seems that, you know, short float, percent of the float short, never really entered my mind, but hey, we can do a little bit here. We're just going to cap this one out at 5.99. And continue the process. Decimal. What I like to call a vestigial filter. Used to be really good. It's still useful. A lot of people still like to play those whole numbers. When the timing is right and the stock is approaching a whole number, you get a lot of action. Max and 100% on backtester. Why are those not ideal with the backtest? I'm not sure I understand the question there, Mike. Max and 100% on backtester. Fundamentals, never really optimized with those. Another market directional. I had expected to see larger clippings, but hey, sometimes we're wrong. I'm confused about what you're referring to as max, though, Mike. All right, looks like I may have just hit a dead end here. More market directionals. Nothing on next higher low. No, there is no ignorant question. I'm probably the one suffering from ignorance over here, not understanding your question. Ah, okay, profit factor. I gotcha. So, yeah, every once in a while you'll get one that says maxed out, or get the little infinity loop. Let's see, where are we? We're almost to the end here. So I won't torture you guys with any more of this. We're almost done. I just expected to see at least 1 or 2 filters, you know, where we could shave off a few hundred trades and improve. But thus is the game with backtesting. Sometimes all the things that we think might work actually don't. Interesting little cluster there, but not enough trades to lose. Okay, well here's something at least. We can knock off 71 here. Keep this little area of goodness. Which is pretty pathetic in this process, but you never know. Once we give it another spin, we might have something that's workable. We already looked at the S&P filters, pivots. We could shave there, but just not enough trades. Nothing on those pivots. Okay, almost done. And nothing on short float, short growth. Spread's pretty useless on these. Well, my spelunking expedition is not yielding what I thought. Time of day, minutes after the open. Not a bad little sample, so we're just going to leave that as is. And nothing really being divulged on the good old VWAPs either. So I'm just assuming that the reason that we're not seeing a whole lot to clip off is because of the very small time frame that we're analyzing here. Okay, so let's just give this guy another peek. There's that range contraction that we tacked on, days to cover. That's really the only changes that we made. That's the last one that came through, Iris. So the nature of it today, we did have the nice little wiki candle down there. 27.75 would have been, check it out. Breakdown short, Holly threw a short on it. Currently working a little bit there. Good for Holly. But regarding this little scan here, 27.75 would have been, wait. Okay, yeah, because I forgot. It's not just the, what was our time frame again? 846 to 848. So, yeah, okay, never mind. I was looking at the wrong candle. 845, low there is, I lost my metrics there. Okay, this was much later in the day. It's not the, obviously we're only looking at the trades that are present after the opening 15-minute candle. So, of course, we know that alerts can repeat themselves. So this one wasn't until 11:42, which would be this candle. All right. Now, as far as the history goes today, if we look at our start time or area of participation, what was my stop time again? 8:48. So yeah, only the second 15-minute candle. So we have to look right after. Okay, SGMO 127. Excuse me. We're looking at the volume 1622. So it triggered here and then it flushed down a little further. But you know what we're looking at here is the big swoon down. Some are going to work, some are not. Just kind of seeing if the pattern is intact. We can see the swoon downs there, 28.33. Looks like we're hitting these a little early today. What was that one? 16.20. Interesting. So I'm a little off target here because what I wanted to see is big moves down in the opening 15 minutes, which we're seeing. It just seems like they're starting to extend. They're extending a little bit further than I originally anticipated. CLLS 28.32. Yeah, it just looks like we're catching them a little bit early. And this is all part of the process as well. You know, there's one that isn't so bad. CELH 48.40 for a nice little catch there, and then a nice move up. So obviously still some work here, but this is the ideal play that I'm looking for right here. So, you know, I've got my work cut out for me. This is just the beginning phases of it. Hey, I've got an idea. Let's try to articulate a decent starting filter set into the equation, do a little optimization, come back and review the charts and see where I need to either shift or improve certain metrics. No, this one is meant for going long, Iris. Trying to play that opening flush when they shake everybody out in the opening 15 minutes. And then trying to play the other side of that by going long. Yeah, let me check that filter out now. Percentage of short, what was that? Percentage of float traded. Yep, that is a custom U97. Well, Iris, I wouldn't call it a masterpiece yet, but it is a nice starting block for you guys to tinker around with and see if you might be, you know, I just went through, and this is a great example because you just saw the whole process that I went through. I was hoping for better results, but it didn't happen, but there is promise there. Because once you go back and start reviewing the symbols, you're like, ah, now this is what I'm looking for here. So we can start, you know, trying to hone it in accordingly by maybe going back and breaking down the CELH chart, maybe using stocks like this to figure out what might have been in play or interesting filters to use. But I am happy to share this one. Let me pop it back in real time. So keep in mind, this is not ready for prime time yet, but it is something that you might be able to improve upon and produce something that actually is tradable. Yeah, Mike, getting back to your question, why not just isolate it, you know, to where the wins are 100%? I kind of been down that road in the past. You know, I used to try to trade things that had extremely high success rates, but what I typically had to do is add to way too many filters, and you'll get a good backtest result, but translating that into reality, usually it was too quick of a hold time, which the backtest yields really good results in those cases, but when you try to actually trade them due to latency and missed fills, doesn't work out so well. So I don't fixate so much on the win rate. It all boils down to profit factor, and the spread between your average winner and loser typically yields more realistic or more tradable, more or what should I say, something that is actually translatable into the real world out of the backtest universe. Wow, I didn't even realize we were creeping up to the top of the hour here. Let me just touch base with Barry real quick here. But that's a perfect testament. One back test, one attempt into optimization could easily eat up 45 minutes to an hour. But it's good work and it's good exercise. It's just like working out in the gym. You don't really want to go, but once you go and you do it, you feel a lot better and you get all those positive benefits. Same thing with backtesting. All right, let's see here. Where's Mr. Barry? All right, and while we're waiting, I don't care if Barry comes back now or in 10 minutes. In the meantime, I can continue to take questions. If anybody has any more charts they want me to look at or any other questions about backtesting or optimization or just anything in general. And the market looks like it's already settling in for its winter's nap. All right, Barry tells me he's starting streaming now. All right, well, thanks everybody. Thanks for popping in, listening to me ramble about optimization. Want to wish everybody a happy new year and want to say thanks again to everybody, because without you guys, we would not be who and what we are. So best wishes to everyone in the new year. And Barry, I will stop streaming right now. Bye-bye.
So I don't think anything happens. Okay, how to add a favorite stock to list. All right, so I am going to give you a video. We call it a symbol list, okay? And this is going to show you how you can create your own symbol list. This is for you. Who asked the question? This is for you, VSS, okay? This is a video that you can watch. This will show you how to create a symbol list, a watch list, and then how you create it, and then how you can attach it to an alert window or top list window to monitor it, okay? All right, guys, so I am going to do a very quick video. So I will put that announcement in. Now, I'm going to say back around 125. It should be sooner than that, but just in case I have some technical issues. You can hear me, right, Jamie? I am streaming now, so you should be able to hear me. Guys in YouTube, you can hear me. I am streaming. Okay, and again, if you want to subscribe to the videos that I do every day, that's because, well, the reason it doesn't make sense because the top list window, it's not like an alert window. It updates every 30 seconds, so it'd be irrelevant to have a sound alert in it. All right, guys, just want to show you. So if you click on my homepage link, and this is the recap that I'm talking about. subscribe to it. Okay, we'll see you in about, what time is it now? 1:03, probably about 20 minutes or so. So I can just put myself on mute. All right, guys, I'm back for the home stretch. What time is it now? 1:19? Yeah, so remember, Kaiser, the topless window is not an alert window, all right? It gets up, it's not the same function, okay? So, I mean, it's going to update every 30 seconds. There's no point putting a sound alert on it. It's just you're gonna have these symbols for 30 seconds, then you're gonna have, it's possible they have the same ones, but it just gets updated every 30 seconds. Alert windows and multi-strategy windows, you put sound alerts on, because typically the sound alert is because something has happened just at that time. A new high has been made, or whatever your actual alert is, that's what you want. You want to be alerted, and you want to have a sound. This is very different. This is just going to update every 30 seconds for you. Okay? Yeah, we see a lot of that, don't we, William? It's driving me crazy a little bit. When I'm doing my pre-market work and I see something moving and I check to see headlines, I see nothing. Most of the time, I just see absolutely nothing, which usually will mean that they'll come down as quickly. Not all the time. I mean, LC, that kept moving and moving and moving. It has fallen down somewhat, I guess. But that kept moving and moving and moving. I didn't see any news on it. Now I see news after, at 12:21. Right around here. Wedbush positive and Lending Club related to OCC approval of Radius Bank merger. So maybe that was kind of in there. So I do see this. So this information did not just happen, at 12, whatever time that was, at 12:31. So this is probably out there, and so that is probably the reason. So there is, in theory, the regulatory approval process is moving quicker than expected. So in theory, there was some legitimate news. Guys, look at BT right at that magic 20 now. What a crypto play. Oh, man. Let's see, GCI on the daily. Yep, absolutely. I'd be a little worried about that topping tail, though. That's the only thing, because that meant that it was all the way up there and it got sold down. Much better not to have that big topping tail looming above it. But, in theory, yes, it is, because it is totally engulfed by that previous candle. So you could have taken that trade, in theory, at around 318, if you'd seen it around there. I find IB is pretty good. I wouldn't rely on ourselves. That news there. I don't even know if it was there. Well, look, there it was there. OCC approves Lending Club acquisition of Radius. I don't know what time that appeared, but so there is news regarding Lending Club. Now, whether or not you think that news is enough for it to do that, that's irrelevant, as we all know. That's a different story. Okay, well, you're in obviously at a pretty good price. And now it's just a matter, can it take out yesterday or 2 days ago high? Boy, BT. I mean, some wild swings. I mean, this was, almost $20, and then in 45 minutes, it drops almost $2.50. I mean, these are pretty, hard to intraday trade, but I guess if you kind of believe that this is truly going to be a crypto play, well, I mean, it is a crypto play, but that it continues. I'm not telling anybody to buy this, but what a move. So here's an example. Okay, there's the bouncers toppers. Okay, so you get the alert for Bloomin' Brands. I guess, yeah, Bloomin' Brands at 19, and the alert was at 1950. So if you look at it on the 2, so you start watching it. You start watching. Well, obviously it didn't drop, so it kept moving higher, 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 higher. Maybe this might give a way better opportunity to short it. So when I look at these, it doesn't mean, oh, all right, I'm going to take this short right now at 1950. It's a matter of now watching. Is it basing a bit? Is it going to fall? It didn't. So you just keep watching it. And actually, this could give us a great short, as it maybe struggles to get through 20. That's how I interpret all this anyway. BCII. Oh, I see. Yeah, I've never looked at this one. I'm not familiar with this at all. In fact, there's no data on it. What I look at, it's not a mini. It's the ETF for Bitcoin. This is the one, GBTC. Sorry, this is the ETF. So yeah, I mean, look at the run. In 3 months, it's basically a triple. That's the one. So if I'm going to do a Bitcoin play in terms of a stock, I will always be checking to see what this is doing at the same time. Doesn't absolutely mean that whatever stock you're well, look at BT, and Happy New Year to you too. It's not 100% following GBTC. It's really trading more on its own. But many times, you'll look at the Maras and the Riots and other ones, and if you put GBTC beside it, they'll be very similar sometimes. So that's why I like to just take a quick glance. What is the ETF doing? So nothing in the basic new highs repeat. Interesting. What's the market doing? I see bingo is still hanging around that 3 mark. It's been, look how that's, wow. I mean, that is so choppy. Even on the 15s, if I expand this, it has been very choppy, but it's, I mean, it's hanging around that 3 mark. I still have an alert set up here. Maybe later on in the day, it might take it out with some volume, as always. So always waiting for volume. It's going to kill me to keep watching this BT just keep moving higher and higher and higher. Yeah, no shorts available for me either, but that's, yeah, and it is definitely over the 5 minute. And of course it's showing up here. Aha, this was shortable. So this was shortable, else was shortable if you saw it. You know, as it progressed higher and higher. Again, you know, really watch these. I mean, I'm sorry, did it move down? Yeah, it did move down, but I mean, it's pretty whippy too. You know, that 5 could be really, really tough for it to get through. Just psychologically. Really low float, 2.2 million in the float. Yeah, you can. No, I see. AI, no. You cannot backtest any of the AI strategies because they are all proprietary. Okay? So the question was, is it possible to backtest? I mean, that's in essence what the AI has already done, is to backtest it, has backtested it. But, you know, the AI strategies are all proprietary, so we do not show the filters, etc. Wow, look at this pop right through. 4.99. I said, well, maybe 5 will have its struggle. Okay, well, let's look here. The next high looking left is what? $6. Hee. And it just got halted. Else just got halted. Now, this is stacking up. This is what I'm saying. So this is, I don't know if it's the first halt for else. Oh no, it was halted earlier also. So right now it's stacking up at 541, 541. Of course, it's very early. That could change. Well, you might be happy now that you cannot short BTBT. I mean, at some point it's got to fall, you would think, but man. It's when the AI optimizes, probably most of them are 3 months. It's over 3 months. And that's the max we can do. So right now anyway. So 3 months. I would say that most of them are optimized over a 3 month period. Well, there's that BT squared 21 now. Every day I see this and it's, how much is this up now? You know, 30%, 40%, $6. Every day you think it can't keep doing this, but look at this. This is the biggest candle in these last 3 days. And the volume is just pouring in. 32 million in the float, 46 million have traded. So probably by the end of the day, probably an easy double of the float. SCYX, let's take a look. SCYX. Okay, so I see quite a bit of resistance around that 8 area. Look at that weekly chart. I mean, up here it's a little better on the monthly, more around 950. But I look right here, and we've got a high of 810 and a high of 809. So you're only 30 odd cents away, you know, from that. I mean, it might take that out, but Then you got over here, the high is 838. To me, you mean I'd like to see it a lot cleaner. So when I say cleaner, instead of having all these little, what I call little pockets of potential resistance, something more 45 degrees down and then moving, if that makes sense. So you don't see all these little areas of potential resistance. I mean, listen, it could pop right through and keep going, but it's just this just makes me not want to trade it. But if you're in it, I wish you luck, obviously. Yeah, oh my goodness is right. It's probably $2 since I first oh my goodness it. Yeah, I mean, you would think that Riot might, I mean, it's not doing the BTBT thing, but what's Mara doing? I don't think Mara was really, really not doing too much. I mean, it's down 5%, but it's like it's had its time for a while anyway. And how's eBond doing? Yeah, so BTBT is the one. I mean, this is another crypto play, another late arrival. But there's no question BTBT is the one today. So I see that Bonso opened. Okay, so Else just opened, and it has kind of exploded higher. Good luck, Emily, but it is kind of exploded higher. But now it's starting to drop. No, they've changed. I know that, Lloyd. They have changed their business profile, of course. I don't know when they did it. It probably, it just not, probably right here. Okay, so it's like 3 days ago. I think they had a press release, but it has not changed in the profile yet. That'll take a while, I guess. But I did add it to the cryptos, so if you go to the channel bar and you want to follow cryptos, I mean, we have the crypto channel. Blockchain, I think we call it. Where are you? It's amazing how these things get all cyclical. Where are you? There it is, blockchain crypto, okay? So I did add it to the symbol list. Let's just see for fun what it... here's one. I knew there'd be one that I hadn't... No, let me go back. I could have sworn I added it. Let me just see. Oh, I know why. I gave somebody a copy of that, so that's why it is not. It was not pinned. Anyway, let me quickly take a look. No, it must have been something else. I'm going to add it right now. I know I made a, so it should show up now. It's tough, you know. We've got these symbol lists that we create, but then some of these things just come out of the woodwork, and somebody has to add it, and I guess that'll be me if I can remember. So let me see if it's there now. It usually takes a little while for them to show up in a top list, but let me just see if it's there now. There you are. Okay, there you are. Now, yeah, you know what? I think it was that one. Let me just do a check. If I haven't got can in there, then I thought maybe I added. Yeah, that's the one I added this morning. It was can, C-A-N. Again, new entry into this crypto. That's the one I added. It wasn't BTBT. I knew I added one. What multi-strategy scan was what? Oh, that was script. That was from the toolbar. New, channel bar, and blockchain crypto. It's remember, this is a layout. So before if you want to load it, make sure you save your layout to the cloud first. But you could always take, you could always take this out, whatever, if you want one of them. The multi-strategy window or whatever. Just right click, save or share to cloud, save. Okay, and then, close down the window. And then you can bring back your layout, and then you could load that from the cloud. I thought I saved it, but I guess I didn't save it. So it would be up here, and you would just load it from the cloud, and then you could add it to your layout if that's what you wanted to do. Well, it was a pretty good alert still. $4.99 got halted, popped all the way up to almost $1, $5.79. So a pretty good alert from here. This is an interesting one. This Gato Silver. I mean, Casa. I think you were the one who pointed out that this was an IPO. It was an IPO. So this is just marching higher and higher and higher. Where are they out of? Yeah, well, man, Else is now right back up. And whippy as heck. Look at that. Look at it drop from 581 all the way down to 492. So loses $1 and then comes right back up. Why? Well, look at that float, 2.2 million in the float. That's why these sort of things can happen. That's why you cannot get into one of these and leave your computer for a second. And guess what? Halted again on the way up. And it is stacking up, not much different from the halt price, 588, 588. So there's no big difference yet. For Emily's sake, unless you, well, there might be. Wow, now it is, yeah, sale 586, 586, but it's all over the place right now. Boy, what a short that was. ORBC. From that pop. And that was shortable. Maybe next week I'll be able to spend a little more time looking at these things and doing some trading. Yeah, they must have just run out. You're right. Okay, this is a scary one. There's the Air T, guys. It's very scary. Look what this is, another one that got halted, I believe, and in fact, this was the first one that got halted, right? And then dropped like a, you know what? 1.5 million in the float, but it's rearing its ugly head, and it is halted. Wow, that is shortable. Ugh. Let's see, how many? 46,000 shares. Too risky. For me, anyway, just way too risky. I mean, look at the high a couple of days, 3 days ago, 32. Before it was 43. You get the Robin Hooders, they'll look at this and get a hold of this thing. Anything could happen. Not to besmirch anybody who has Robinhood, okay, but that's the reputation. Yeah, drop in the bucket, Kaiser. So look at this. This is a bit of a choppy market today too. Look at the SPY. Look at the SPY in the 15-minute, just moving up and down, undulating. Just very choppy market today. Absolutely, Ryan. Okay, I'm not saying a big change so far. 588. I don't see a big pop anyway for else. It's still stacking up to be 588. Oh, I see your comment there. I suppose, I mean, it's only about 10 minutes that we have downtime. You can still see my screen and all. All right, Mr. William McAfee, MCFE. Else just open. What did it open at? Okay, but there's no guarantee. I don't know. I mean, it's hard to know exactly where this is going, but take a look at McAfee, MCFE. Oh yeah, it was a drop in the bucket. I mean, it was millions, but you know what they're raking in. So there it is, over that 5 minute. I'm definitely interested in maybe a potential short on this one. MCFE, it is shortable. How many shares are available? Lots of shares. 3.3 million shares are available. All right. Took a little short on this one. If it gets to that high right there, I'm out. That's about an 8 cent stop. Just see if it moves. That's on the McAfee. Oops. Yeah, so Michael, I think most brokers, but I mean, I can only talk for Interactive Brokers. You know, right underneath the order entry for Interactive Brokers, it tells you whether it's shortable or not. And if you hover over it, it tells you how many shares. I can't tell you how other brokers handle it, but I can only tell you how Interactive Brokers handles it. That's why sometimes I'll see that it's shortable, and then all of a sudden it's not shortable because people have snapped up the shorts, and then it comes back to being shortable. It can, but in this particular case, there are 3.3 million shares available to short for MCFE at Interactive Brokers. But so I can't tell you how you'll see it in your brokerage platform. And I might be getting stopped out really soon here. Like this is turning into a red bar ignored, so ominous, but we'll see. Oh man, yeah. Popped up to 30, came right back down. One thing you can do, Michael, this is somebody asking in the YouTube feed about availability of shorts. And again, so I can only speak, of course, to Interactive Brokers. But when I had Questrade, the Canadian broker, when I had it anyway, maybe there is a way you can see. What I used to do though is let's just say this stock is at $28, okay? So if I wanted, if I was looking to short this one and I wasn't sure if there were shorts available, I didn't want to necessarily short it right now. What I would do is I would say, okay, I'll put in like a dummy order, 1 share at 100 to short, and it would tell me immediately if it was shortable. I mean, there's no way it's, just put it way above the price, and that'll tell. That used to tell me immediately whether it was available or not. So you just put in a kind of a dummy order, and usually it'll tell you. Yeah, look at CAN, guys. CAN is now over 6. CAN. Cheap crypto. What's the high over here? Is 729 a few days ago? Well, not a few days ago. Let's see. Over a month ago. Wow, over a month ago. The 25th of November. Yeah, just make sure you put it way above, Michael, okay? Way above the price. Well, that short for Emily is going to turn into solid gold, it looks like. I'm looking at the bid ask now on that halt, $5 now, so we'll see. Just waiting on this one to see if it falls out of here. I mean, why I did it, it's not just because I had the alert, but then I looked under here and I thought, okay, I mean, there is the area of maybe some support, 630. That's far enough away from me. Had this little area been up here, I would have said no. But the same thing, look at the 5-minute chart. I mean, if it goes all the way down here, even better. There is a little area of support, far enough away, so it made the trade worthwhile to take, even if I got stopped out for about a 7-cent loss. All right, I'm going to start putting, well, I have one alert right there, so I'm going to start trying to move it down. Oh, wait a minute. On my other screen, okay. I'm going to keep putting some little price alerts here. So at this point, I'll get out where I shorted it. Probably, well, maybe not. I'll give it a little more time. Or maybe I do. I don't know. I mean, I'm banking on something more down here. So, but if it pops up, I'll just get out. I mean, it's got this little area up here, 731. That's the high looking left on the weekly chart. 606 also. So yeah, I mean, if it really closes well, yeah, I mean, it's possible. Over here, what is it up here? 680. So you've got some areas between 6 and 731 that it has to get through, but it's possible. No, not a recommendation, but you know what I mean. definitely the volume. I mean, it's crypto. So I mean, do you believe that crypto next year is going to keep going? Where are you going to put your stop is the big thing. Where if you did that, where would you put your stop? The bottom of today, which is be a fairly wide stop, 481. Boy, else just got halted. Oh no, just resumed. Sorry, just resumed. See, I should have waited for that Bollinger. Well, it did break it right there. So for the McAfee. Well, got a lot of negative hit pieces on it, that's for sure, for the Fubo. So it's certainly got to overcome that. Not that those negative hit pieces can mean. I remember when, was it Street Sweeper or Citron? I can't remember which one, was all over Shopify, saying it was a piece of garbage. Now Shopify is now it was $1,200. And I think they were hitting this when it was 100 and something, perhaps. No, I don't think it was Hindenburg. This is a few years ago, John. It may have been, but I don't remember Hindenburg a few years ago. I think it was either Citron or Street Sweeper. So I mean, look, it's been an amazing run for Shopify. Well, I think their big claim. I mean, they may have done one earlier. I hadn't really heard of them until they hammered Nikola. I hadn't heard of them at all, but they're the ones that basically hammered Nikola, or Nikola, Tesla Nikola, or Nikola Tesla, destroyed them. Yeah, really. I know they've done a couple since then. I can't remember which ones, but I think they basically, their claim to fame is this one, though, for sure. Yeah, all right. I'm getting very close to exiting this. Just want to see the McAfee. There's no. I know what we're creating is something that shows the trades of the week. I think from April. But no, there is no way to see the previous trades of the week. Now I can rattle some of them off, and so come others in this room. SDC, the big one really got rolling was the NIO. Then we had PBI after that. Then we had Revolve, RVLV. We had a bunch of real sterling ones. NIO was really a classic. Yeah, I can't remember if that article about that Hindenburg did. I can't remember if it came out just as that CEO was getting roasted for all the right reasons. I can't remember. Or as that was happening. I really can't remember. It did come before, so that's even man. It came before the CIO, CEO. It was a CEO, right? I mean, he had to resign, but so that came before. That was really but that's not why they were talking about the stock. They were just saying that GM deal was highly suspect. Well, if you had the nerve to short this one, wow, $30 down to 25, AIRT. This one has been ringing in my ear. LXU, what's the high looking left? LXU, what's the float? 24 million. LXU, kind of interesting. Little pullback, pop. Okay, yeah, okay. So I'm out of the McAfee. Well, I mean, again, we have the alert. Doesn't mean you take it. It just means now you start to see what is going to happen. Is it going to fall? I mean, if it did fall, you'd be looking at maybe here as a support. That's 40 cents away perhaps. But understand, you get the alert doesn't mean you just hop onto the short. This one was excellent. I should have taken that one. Look at FireEye. The alert was right there at 23.24. What did it get down to? 23. So, okay, it wasn't that great. It looks better on the 2-minute chart, but it wasn't that much of a fall. Like I'm looking for bigger than just 10. I know William looks for 5 cents, 10 cents, 15 cents. I'm looking for 30 to 40 cents anyway, and hopefully more. But I don't want to get into something if I can't do that. There's the LXU guys. Wow. Just as I was talking about it, I was thinking maybe I should take some, and now look at it. Now McAfee may still turn into an interesting short later. There's that. I know what I'm missing. Oh, I will never jump into anything. I mean, if it hit it, let's just say for argument's sake that this was a McAfee right here, and this was at an all-time high right now. Okay, if it were and it based for a while, and then it popped, maybe I would, okay? But I don't, but if it was doing it from here, you know, new all-time high, new all-time high, new all-time high. No, I don't chase. I would never chase anything, whether it's an all-time high or a new intraday high or whatever. I always want to see a bit of a base and then maybe the pop. I never chase. That's funny. All right, guys. Let's see. Anything else? No, because you're trying to. Okay, you if you're trying to short this at $2, okay. So you'd say to them, well, I want to short it at 100. You'll never get filled, right? You know, that's where I want to get filled at 100 when it's at $2. Well, you'll never get a fill. You always, I mean, you want to be filled at a way higher price. Yes. You almost had me there, though. But I had done it many, 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 many times when I had Questrade. This is so much simpler, just to see whether or not it's shortable or not. Can we get pre-market high? So when you ask that question, because what do you mean, can you get it? Oh, can. I thought you were emphasizing. Oh, I see, okay. So you're asking for it to get to the pre-market high. I see, okay. Which is right there. At least that's what we have. Remember, we start getting our data at 7 o'clock. I mean, it's possible it was higher than that. 624 though. No kidding. Look at the SPY. Yeah, look at the SPY. What a move. Look at the SPY here. Those are the biggest candles of the day, 2 in a row. So now to try to play a bounce or a top, is a little more suspect. Again, unless it's totally parabolic, but I mean, well, WB did start to fall down, but man, oh man, look at that SPY action. Well, let's just see. Where is it in relation to the all-time high? So it doesn't, it may not do it. It might. There's the all-time high right here at 374 approximately. So we're just a tad underneath. Yeah, I don't know. I mean, that's what it would look like, but I don't know. I don't have access to any latest news. Somebody will know. Well, Lending Club. Yeah, another new high for Lending Club, LC. Interesting little action here, I mean, the base, pop, little pullback here, little pullback here. Each met with more. I mean, look at the volume bars. After these pullbacks on the 2, and look at that volume bar right there. Boom. Look at the volume bar after the pullback. Boom. There are just, people wanting this stock. LC. Well, bingo is something we've been watching for a long time. I'm just waiting for a three break. Where could it go? Well, I mean, the high today was 347. I have been looking at that high way over here at 470. I mean, so that would be. I'm absolutely not saying it's going to get there, but I wouldn't be touching this unless it got over 3. And I'm not saying to take it if it goes over 3, but. You can just see what it's been doing for a long time. Well, that's what I'm saying. I can't make any comments like that, okay? I'm just. I will never make a suggestion to say yes, it's safe to get into now, okay? I just said, really, I personally, if I'm going to get into it, it would have to definitely get over 3 again. Probably take out about 313. But it's kind of late in the day, too. I mean, I don't know what it's going to do. Also, the news. I mean, the news is the news. The fact that they have a 180-day extension to get their act in order to retain their NASDAQ compliance. Somebody said there might have been some other news. I couldn't see that. So if that's the only news, it's good news, obviously, for existing shareholders and all, but it's not like they discovered anything or signed a deal. Yeah, so if it's under $1 now, let's see, what is it now? Yeah, I have no feel for these ones. That's a huge number. 389 million shares for a 47-cent stock. I mean, that is just a huge number. It's going to take a whack to move it. Something earth-shattering. You're into these. Well, NOVN was over. It looked actually interesting yesterday when it was over $1, but look at the sell-off, 116. It didn't sell off that badly. I mean, this has a little more, if it gets over $1 next week again, because, when we saw this yesterday, it looked a little bit interesting if it could have taken out that 134. Because then, then it had a shot to get up to this area here. Now, on the weekly, yeah, so that's at 134. So on the monthly, but I think it's just, it's got to get out of that 134, and then it's got a shot to the 3 level. I'm not saying it's going to get there, but first things first, it's got to get over $1 again. PDW. Oops. PDW. No, this one too well. PDW. Must not be the right symbol. Ah, DPW. Now, weren't they had a news release yesterday, didn't they, with some stock? I can't remember. Same sort of thing, though, I mean, you're giving up. 435, but unless it got over 540 and then really starts to attack that area, it could just sort of, trade in this area for a long time. This is isn't it? Yeah, this is a blockchain thing. Yeah. So, but look at the rest of the blockchains. This is really not doing too much today. Like a lot of them. The Maras and the Riots and all, they're not really doing that much. It's really just the BTBT that is soaring, but it's kind of new. This has been around for a while as a blockchain or a crypto play. Oh, I see, candy stock. Okay, I did not know that. Okay. TNXP. Yeah, again, these ones under $1, I have no feel for. Okay, until it takes out $1. One day it got up there, but look at this. 102. It got up to 102. Probably people were running yippee. It closes way down here. It's a big percentage drop, and it's just been dropping since. So I just can't get too enthused about these. Sorry. Yeah, so I hate, with the Moderna, when you say something like this, that means to me that you did not have a stop, did you, Rinka? You didn't have a place where you were going to get out if the trade worked against you, right? Yeah. So I'm sure now you should for the next one. Hopefully this has not blown up your account. You don't even have to hear that people, all you have to do is look at the chart. This is just in... Well, there's competition, and then, of course, there was that report with that one doctor in Boston had a severe reaction. To me, it's somewhat anecdotal, but, it doesn't matter what I think. And, there's just now competition, and if the refrigeration, though I thought this one had a better, I can't remember anymore. Was it Moderna or was it Pfizer? Pfizer, one or the other, had a better refrigeration deal. One had to be at Kelvin, 1,000 degrees Kelvin, or minus. I'm kidding a little bit, but one of them did not require the severe refrigeration. I can't remember anymore if it was. So it was Moderna. So it looked like Moderna was going to be better than Pfizer, but isn't the AZN? Isn't that one even better? So I mean, it's. I feel you. I feel your pain though. I mean, if you're up in here, I mean, I don't know what is going to happen. Yeah, it's Pfizer that needs the super cold. Okay. Well, I also think, I mean, that I think it was here. I believe it was here that report of that doctor who had the allergic reaction, had to epinephrine himself. I think that really started. I mean, it was already moving down, but it didn't need that news. I mean, I cannot make any recommendation. Okay, here's the problem. I say yes, and then on Monday they come up with a miracle and it pops back up to 200. Okay, I mean, I am not allowed. Just hopefully the next time, even on a swing trade, you always have to have a stop. And I'm not, trying to nail you specifically, but anybody, no matter what news you hear, what you might think, you have to have a place where, you know what, it's not working, I have to get out. And with a manageable loss. Pfizer is the one minus 100. Okay, thank you, Lee. Yeah. Yeah, it's never for me always it'll be based on a chart. It's not a percent. It's not like, well, every trade I get into, I'm going to put a 10% stop. 10% under, I'm out. No, it's always going to be based on a chart. Where there looks like there's some support. If you're new to trading, it's going to be maybe difficult for you to ascertain, but so it's a matter of kind of looking at especially if you're swinging, looking at a daily and a weekly and a monthly chart to see, okay, well, there's I mean, Moderna, I mean, it's been chopping all over the place. So there's really been no real big support area. Some will say the bottom of the daily candle, but what are you going to do? You're going to, on that day, 180 down to 30. I mean, 130. I mean, that's a $50 stop. No. But it requires, for instance, let's pretend, I'm looking at it. Look at all the action right around here for CCNC. Okay, this is a daily chart. Look at all the action here. So what is that? It's about $1.50. Okay, so if I were going to get into this stock, and I wanted to swing this stock, just as an example, and I took it right now, I said, yep, I'm going to swing this stock. So I'm in at 2. There's my stop, 50 cents away. If it broke down through there, I've got to be out of that trade, okay? Because that looks like all the support area. It's been testing it a long time. So I'd have a 50-cent stop on this stock, okay? I mean, again, I'm just using this as an example. So if I have a 50-cent stop on that stock, now the next thing you have to figure out is how much are you willing to risk on the trade? How many dollars are you willing to risk on the trade? So, I mean, if you were willing to risk, I'll make the math really easy. If you were willing to risk $100 on the trade, then you could buy 200 shares of the stock. Okay, because 200 times the 50-cent stop is $100. Okay, I'm just trying to make the math simple. So basically what you do is you have to know where you're going to get out. You know where you're in, but you have to know where you're going to get out. And you subtract the difference, you'll have a number. You divide that number into how much you're willing to risk on the trade. That'll tell you how many shares to take. All right, guys. So it's 2:30. I think I'll wrap this up at 2:45. I will stay later if there are some questions, but otherwise, my wife is hovering in the background, wanting me to do some stuff. So, yeah, it did break three, didn't it? How do you close a position? So are you talking about in the simulator, Ali? You just flatten it. You just highlight it and flatten it. If that's what you mean. Flatten is get out. Flatten, get out. You're flat. That's sort of a highly technical term. Yeah, Happy New Year to you, Thomas. But there really aren't any dedicated sessions. There's no right or wrong way to use the AI. Okay, you either have. I mean, the only thing we recommend is if you're going to auto trade it, on the entries, maybe that's okay, but you should manage the exits on your own. So how do you teach that? I mean, that's difficult to teach. That's all I can say about the AI. I use it as a watch list. I use it as a watch list. I mean, today has been, obviously nothing fantastic. I mean, the FUBO kind of, but I use it as a watch list. I sort it on this aggressive profit percent column, so I can see the movers all day long. Sometimes they'll give me multiple entry points. Oh, I see. Well, yeah, you won't be able to see it in action because it's not, I don't display it because it's just not fair to those who pay for the premium service. If I'm going to do that. So I can't display, I will talk about, after the fact, but I mean, it's basically laid out. If you're asking like, how good is it in terms of, will I be profitable using it? That's all over the place. Some people use it and, you can be used in very many different ways. I like to use it as a watch list. So how profitable could a watch list be? Well, it's really up to you. But, it's laid out. You have an entry, you have a stop. And after that, it's kind of up to you to trade it. I personally like to see the ones under $20, but that's not what everybody wants. So I sort of disregard the ones that are over $20. That's kind of what I like to see. Today, I did take the FUBO a couple of times. Well, nothing we can do about that, Ali. The only other thing I can say is that wait till February. That's probably when we're going to have another test drive. And then for $8.99, you can have 2 weeks of it. Yeah, spy is right. Can you set up a predefined exit in the trading strategy? So are you talking about where you will get out of a trade? Either on a profit target or a stop? Michael Brewington the second? Yes, you can. Not predefined so much as, because predefined would mean, 1%. I mean, you can pick a stop loss based, sometimes, well, not sometimes, if you want to use our smart stop or a VWAP stop or things like that. But if you're new to trading, I would not at this point look at auto trading, okay? The test drive, yes. So let me give you, here's a link. So if you fill this out, it's basically just looking for your email. Okay, the next test drive sign up. So if you fill that out, then you'll be notified exactly when it will be. I think it's going to be sometime in February. So what the test drive is, it basically, we open up, we give anybody who wants to try out our service for 2 weeks, the premium service, including the AI course, for $8.99. 10 trading days. So if you fill that out, as we know when it will be, we'll let you know. You'll get an email saying, okay, the test drive is going to be, let's just pick a number, February 10th. Here's how you sign up for it. You'll get it, probably a couple of weeks before we know. It just hasn't been finalized yet. Okay? You too, SS. Happy New Year to yourself. No, unfortunately not, Sanchez. You cannot have 2 stops. Maybe down the road, but you cannot have 2 stops. Not obviously in any sort of auto fashion. All right, guys, and I'll just put, before I do leave, I'll just put the promo code in again. One last time this year. Well, it's a lot of effort for us. We usually get, anywhere from 3,000 to 4,000 people signing up. It's a lot of effort in terms of support. Our support people get overloaded. Not overloaded. I mean, we hopefully have the proper support. So that's why we do it that way. Yeah, so Sanchez, personally, I'm never usually in more than 2, max three trades at the same time. Okay, I'm not somebody who even if I weren't moderating a trading room, I was never one to have like 10 trades open at the same time. The question was, how do I manage multiple stocks? Well, the answer for me is I don't. So you can, I mean, there's no way around it. I mean, we don't have a way of partially getting out of, in an auto fashion, partially getting out of trades. You too, Casa. So this promo code is probably, I think the email that went out, I think it's good until, I thought I saw January the 2nd, which is Monday, I believe. Does that make sense? That's Saturday, so January. How about getting to February? Or get rid of that. Here we go. Oh, maybe it's the 4th. Yeah, you too, Lee. Okay, not for me. I mean, everything is posted in the same time zone for me. I mean, I'm on the West Coast, but my computer clock I've got on East Coast time, as well as Trade Ideas. It makes it easier for me to refer to times. So it's not for me. I mean, off topic, it's all the same for me anyway. All the same. It's all the East Coast or East Coast time zone. So that shouldn't be for you. I don't see why it would be. It should be based on your your clock and your computer. I would have thought. You too, Anna. Good to hear that, Cam. Well, that's your time though, right? I don't know how to answer that pop-up. I mean, obviously it appears to me at 2:42. That's what even though, again, I'm on the West Coast, but even, I've got my computer clock set to East Coast time. But, so I don't know how to answer that. I mean, that 11:41, where are you? Yes. The windows that you're seeing here, this is my shared monitor, yes. My 32-inch monitor. Look at the SPY. What a move. Happy New Year. There's bingo, guys. Interesting. I have no explanation. If your computer is set to that time and you're seeing it in West Coast time, I have no idea. Yeah, I'm certainly not doing it. I have no explanation for that whatsoever. Thank you, Goods, and nice to see you. I guess you're going to be working the first week, though, right, in January? Well, I'm glad you're working. I mean, all right, guys, just one last time, to not annoy you, but just to nag at you. If you do want to take out a subscription, Old Lang Syne, whoa, Old Lang Syne right there, 25%. That's the promo code. Click on my link. Lots of information on my link. Get trade ideas. Don't use that code, of course. Use the Old Lang Syne. You can always try us out for a month. Just click on the purchase there and 25%. Have I typed it in correctly? Yes, I have. And there it is. So it'll be $88. Remember, that promo is only good for the first month. But again, if you take out a monthly and you want to upgrade, say to an annual, or you want to go from standard to premium, we'll honor the 25% promo code. There goes McAfee is starting to move down now. MCFE. Didn't do it when I was in it, but that's okay. You know what, Deuce? I may have to. In fact, I've had enough of you. Okay? What about all the other trades of the week? Okay? So I think you've already exited. I've had enough of you. Sorry. Some clown saying, what a great trade of the week. We can start with NIO, PBI, RLV, SDC. You know, I can off the top of my head. This is the one you pick on, and you start, you know, making disparaging comments about it. So I'm sorry. You know, I have no problem. Yeah, but you have a stop, Deuce. You have a stop, and they don't all work. So yeah, if that's the very, very first trade of the week you're looking at, yeah, disappointing. But you know, the trade, it's, you know, that's one trade. Let's see what happens next week and the week after. But you have a stop. Nobody should get crushed. Okay, it was an 80-cent stop. As I said before, you figure out how much you're willing to risk on the trade. And that's how many shares you take. Okay, you get stopped out, you get stopped out. That's trading. But I saw you all week disparaging it, and I know you've been in the room meant for months now, okay, and you've seen the other trades of the week. So I'm sorry. All right, guys, I think that is about it. Okay, Deep Harness, my monitor is a 32-inch 4K monitor. Absolutely, I've seen you done that, Deuce. But I mean, why would you, starting on Monday, just dump all over the trade of the week when that one didn't work, but all the other ones, and you've been in the room for many months, and you've seen all the other ones, or maybe you've just chosen to have tunnel vision and not, because we've talked about all the other ones, but you want to pick on this one that hasn't worked. Probably the first one in 2 months. Anyway, I want to start the the year off in a positive fashion. So, yes. So Lee, yes. If you do the monthly premium now, if you upgrade to annual, we'll honor the 25% discount. Yes. Okay. All right, everybody. Are there any other questions before I wish everybody a Happy New Year, a nice long 3 days off, and we get rolling again on Monday? Are there any other questions? I don't see any. Okay, he's gone. Asia, don't worry, he's gone. Okay, guys, have a great New Year. Happy New Year. Woohoo. Let's turn the calendar so we don't have to talk about 2020 anymore. Okay? So thanks a lot, guys. It's been an awesome year we've had as in a company. It's been, you know, unfortunately, we've had a great year. Unfortunately, I say it that way because, you know, we've had a lot of people interested in trading, staying at home, but we as a company have had a very good year and do appreciate that. Let's hope that next year, if you're suffering, I sure hope that, you know, we got to get over this. But I do appreciate all the civility in the room. It's been fantastic. Makes my job as a moderator so much easier. You know, I don't have to babysit people. It's really great. I have no problem answering questions. That's the nature of the job, and that's fine. So Have a great New Year's, and we will see you Monday morning. Okay? Bye-bye.